through monthly membership models like Patreon, Ko-fi, OnlyFans. Are there any artists who use OnlyFans as a membership model? Just indicate by raising your hand if you're an artist that happens to fall under that.
Well, I guess if you do a lot of not safe for work, maybe OnlyFans works. Aside from that, I don't think so.
That category. Selling prints and paintings through art galleries and exhibitions, becoming a silly art YouTuber like me, the list is endless. There are many different ways artists could potentially make money through their art, but fake artists have infiltrated every single one of these income streams I listed and are competing with artists trying to hijack their earnings using AI generated images and horrible AI art. Now, if you were an unassuming person who just moved into a new house or apartment and were looking to improve your
Again, I'm fine with AI art stuff, but man, it's just the people who use it is just a scum of the earth. I don't know why.
Interior design skills by using your home as your first model, you will ordinarily want to invest in some fine pieces of furniture, some plants if that's your thing, and of course, art prints. So you'll come over to Etsy and try to find some nice art prints to buy from artists or even commission them to make something unique that will potentially bring your home to life. But you will run into a small problem. A large number of art on Etsy is fake. Now apparently it seems there is a trend on Etsy where people pretend to be artists and are using Etsy to sell art which they create using AI and then ship off to whoever makes a purchase.
Here's a side hustle you can do without even needing to leave your couch. I was scrolling Etsy and saw these travel posters and thought,
that is definitely AI.
Which means I can make some money. I started coding and I built this tool which automatically generated travel posters for me with AI, boxed it up professionally and posts it to Etsy automatically. I've been using this tool for the past 30 days and my store has made over
£2,218.
And now it pays my rent for me.
These fake artists have turned this income stream
Also, hi there, Mustachio Yoshi.
Into yet another get-rich-quick scheme, calling it a side hustle and labeling it as one of the fastest ways of making thousands of dollars by selling fake art and literally scamming people who fall for it. Some of these fake artists post videos showing how they create their accounts and even reveal the techniques and programs they use to create these images, encouraging other people to follow in.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. We are ingrained in a little bit into the art community, so we can spot that shit. But not lots of normal people would spot that shit. Like, again, like, if some, like, normal people just want to use it for fun, I'm fine with it. Maybe, like, there's some, like, new technology that can assist you on the drawing. Like, then I'm also fine with it. Like, 3D modeling, I'm with that. And then, like, latest, like, there's, like, new technologies that help you to do the topology stuff. Make it, like, easy to do, like, retopologies, which is a godsend for me. When I see that, yeah, that is what we call a good use of AI. But the problem is lots of people like are really misusing the AI stuff and just pretend to be an artist. That one kind of pissed me off. Again, AI I'm not against like those things, but I really against it is just how people using it and how people treating it and how company trying to think they're smart and then taking advantage of it
In their footsteps and assuring them that duping people and manipulating them into paying for AI art is a legitimate way of earning a quick buck online, and these other people are sadly buying it. This person has made several videos explaining how you don't need an artistic background to make money off of AI art and teaching his audience of.
Like, here's the thing, like, all those TikTok people think they are fucking smart. They are teaching you how to do crime. Essentially, like, scamming people. Like, how to be a con artist in live, in TikTok, captured in fucking 4K. I don't even know how TikTok let them, like, keep having a career like this.
People how to make stores similar to his own. According,
like, people might think that this is not a scam, but still, you putting AI art without disclosing it's AI art and then tell them you made it. If that is not a scam, what it is? Yeah, what it is.
To him, this is a normal, ethical way of making money online and doesn't harm or affect artists in any way, because apparently people who are looking to buy art from Etsy really don't care how the art is made, since they're only looking for the cheapest and affordable art they can find.
Do I need to tell buyers that it's AI generated? Here's what's genius about this. The people that are shopping on Etsy right now for art want affordable art. They're not wanting to spend hundreds of dollars on art pieces for their home. When they see
that's
a
the reality of the
$20 art
situation.
print that looks amazing to them, they don't care how it was made, because they're already shopping on Etsy for affordable art in the first place. So be transparent. You can add AI assisted creation to your listing, and then watch how little that it actually affects your sales. I've tested this, and from what I've learned, the disclosure actually increases trust and conversions. So don't be afraid to mention that you used AI to assist you in creating the art print. Second question is, can I copyright my art? And this is actually...
Oh, this is some things that I do want to laugh at too, like the way that people get fired because of AI and then they have to rehire them. YouTube does that too. Like, I think I talked about this before with like Mute, but I can tell you this. Like, do you guys know why YouTube have such a bad reputation and like the flagging system at the moment? Not just at the moment, it has been like past few years, because they hired an AI company that use their AI like checking algorithm, this and that, other stuff. Technically, like Twitch and YouTube share the same company, so this is why they kind of like got like that adjacent ban. They kind of share the data together, like the banning data. Either way, so because of that, like the flagging system of this and that, other stuff is all handled by AI. So AI will read it, AI will check your like voice, you know, like the sound wave and stuff, and then your image, this and that, and then they will flag you, like make it like you know, the yellow sign, this and that, other stuff, the copyright claim, all those kind of things like automatically. Here's a problem. They thought AI solved most of their issues. They fired almost 90% of their like staff from this past 5 years, like accumulatively. If you want to say like how active they were having back then, like YouTube, like most of like the YouTube support staff has been fired. Like 90% of them got fired. Because they thought like AI actually will lighten their load, so they fired everyone so they don't have like lots of redundant jobs, like Twitch does. But the problem is, the AI keep falsely flagging a lot of people. So no matter how many times like people like getting false flagged, the only way you can do it is go to social media and do the at YouTube support thing. It actually kind of like overbloated this like the human like support working system, because they only got basically just a skeleton crew to run the entire world, not just a country, the entire world. And the irony of that is, because the AI keep falsely flag them, they get even more job have to work with, because like all the false flag, they have to now check it themselves. So the process become much more harder for them. Basically, back then when they have like enough workforce, they would be like maybe one guy check like 100 video. Now is one guy need to check like 5,000 video. And they are trying to hire back those people, but it's kind of like too late. They are slowly trying to building back. This is why like the flagging system, like people like can like just keep shout YouTube support nowadays. They still kind of like get like more support than used to, but it's still barely recovering like most of like the workforce power they have on this particular issues. And they still insist, like Google still insists on the AI would just get improved by time, so they still refuse to hire more people to kind of like work with. So I feel really bad for YouTube support have to deal with these issues, because of like Google just insistent on like AI will do a better job, and then in the futures now they are a little bit kings for maybe like 6-7 years already, and they keep promising the people is like they will get better soon. People are just getting false flag even more these days. So yeah, and YouTube support basically gave up. There's a lot of false flag people basically just cannot get their false flag away just because of that. Like one of the examples is like the Vtuber clipper. They all having issues just because of that.
an advantage. I don't really care about copywriting my art because I know it took me minutes to make. While traditional artists spend hours on one piece, you can create an entire collection in minutes. And real artists don't get triggered because people that want real art aren't searching for it on Etsy. You write the prompts, and as long as you
I really
edit
want to
the
punch
outputs
this
just
guy. I
a
don't know
little
why.
bit, you own the rights.
But
Can I
then
develop a skill that my fist can go through a screen?
keeping that thought in mind, why now do I run into videos like this where people talk about getting scammed on Etsy after assuming the art they were paying for was actually made by an artist?
I've been bloody scammed on Etsy. I ordered a portrait, a digital portrait on Etsy, and I thought that I was paying an artist willing to hand make it.
And also, I do not understand how kids always, like, these days, like, they just complain everything, like, using TikTok. I guess, like, this is, like, a lazy version of, like, Twitter at this point. Reddit and Twitters, because back in the days, people just, like, write a bunch of essay either in Twitter, Tweetlongers, or, like, in Reddit. Nowadays, people just, like, open a camera, record it, complain about it, done. Especially on TikTok.
This is the one that I bought, but at the time I paid 26. I gave them £26. When I received my drawing, I thought that it was really cute. Like, wow, so cute. I love it. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, this is super cute. And then I made it my TikTok profile picture. And within an hour, I had several people say, like, is this AI? Why have you changed your profile picture to AI? And I was like, this is not AI. This is handmade. Because I don't know what AI art looks like. I did not know what AI artwork looked like before this. Anyway, then I made a video about that, and that got even more people saying this is definitely AI artwork. And then I ran it through the AI art scanner thingies, and it comes back like 100% AI, 99% AI. And then I've got loads of comments saying, this is AI. What's going on here?
Especially this particular one. I was like, what was it? Where was it?
I made this myself. He's blimmin' lies. Can I have my money back? I'm really sad. And then he says, this is AI. What's going on?
No matter how I see, okay? AI have like this like distinguished look. As an artist, I can see it very clearly. As people who order art, they can also see it clearly. But I think like most people would actually spot this and they know it's AI, right? Like no human that would draw decents that have bad anatomy skill. Like really bad anatomy skill. Like look at this fucking pigeon. The wing is just weird. Either you are so super fucking lazy, you have like a very detailed pigeon earring, okay? You have a very detailed pigeon earring, but you can't draw a fucking pigeon in this size.
On here. So then I file a complaint with the guy and I say, hey, I think this artwork is AI. Can I have my money back? I'm really sad. And then he says, this is handmade. I made this myself. He's blimmin' lying. He's blimmin' lying. No, he's blimmin' lying to me. He's blimmin' lying to me. I think you are allowed to sell AI
What kind of
artwork
language
on
is she
Etsy, but it
using?
has to be made
Blimmin' lying.
clear in the description or something that it's AI. Whereas
I'm not a European
this
person, so I don't
is
know.
saying that they're making this shit themselves. And then I went and did some research and I went on their page and they've got other pictures that look so obviously AI generated. What is going on here? What is this? I did not know what pictures that look so obviously AI generated. What is going
Well, I can't say you don't want to buy this, like hang it in your house. People come in here, even though it's AI. If you just hang this in your house, people just come in here. You can have conversations. I say again, like it's bullshit. Obviously, yes, I can see why people buy it too.
on here? What is this? I did not know what AI artwork looked like before this, and honestly I still don't know, but everyone keeps telling me this is AI, and this guy is saying this is not AI. Oh, but like, if this is AI, this guy is scamming a lot of people because they're super expensive, and he's not stated anywhere like this is AI generated art, I'm not hand making it. In fact, he's lied. In fact, he said directly this is handmade, but I don't think it is. Do you think it is, or is it handmade and I've been really mean to him? Or is he an absolute scammer who needs to be taken off the platform because he's done this to over 1,400 people?
A lot of people, including artists, have spoken out about this influx of AI art on Etsy.
Pinterest already
expressed
gone.
their concerns
Now
with
Etsy is
calling
getting
them
invaded
out
too.
for not having a standard policy regarding the use and sale of AI art on their platform, which I decided to fact check if this is true, since most platforms usually have it in their FAQ or document that states their policy on the use of AI on their platform. And I found this post from July 2024 on Etsy's website that discloses their stance on AI on their platform, and they also put a 3-minute reader disclaimer on the side, so you already know we're going to be here for a while. But don't worry, I saved you the time and read through it already, so here are the key takeaways from the article. Etsy doesn't give a shit. We recognize that many tools used by our sellers today, such as photo editing software, increasingly include AI capabilities that can enhance the creative process and open new artistic possibilities.
Obviously, they are earning lots of money from it.
When artists use these AI tools, they still make creative decisions and they still make creative decisions and contributions to guide the AI. They still make creative decisions and contributions to guide the AI and carefully curate the output to produce unique finished.
Okay, to be fair, you can do that with writing, but not fucking art, okay? I've tried to use those things before. It's impossible to guide them. They are so fucking dumb. Like, sometimes I'm not really confident at my writing skills, so sometimes I do some writing for fun. If you guys don't know, like, I write. Back in the days, I have this concept of like writing some sort of like web novel in my Discord, so like people can read stuff like that. But you know, I'm not really confident at like my skills, so I use like ChatGPT to correct the grammar after I finish writing. So sometimes they will like cut out content. Cut out some of the content while like correcting the grammar, those kind of stuff. I have to like keep rereading a lot of stuff. Hey, you removed this part, add this part back. Hey, you did this, you did that, and then sometimes I take everything again and then rewrite it, and with like the more complete grammars they put in it, as rewrite everything, and then like have to like put it in again. Correct my grammar again with context, and then they correct some of the grammars, and then with context. And that's how I do it. So if it's for writing, I can see like how this thing works. But if it's for art, you keep adjusting prompt only. The AI is just fucking dumb for generative AI art. So you can't really do anything like that thing. This thing like Etsy boss just said. The statement he just said. It's just complete bullshit.
Works for sale. The amount of contradiction and hypocrisy in just this first paragraph is genuinely baffling to me. I never thought I'll see a sentence.
Yeah, this is written by a guy who never used AI before. That's the thing. I use it just to understand it. And I can tell you one thing. The generative art thing, not well. Not good enough to even use it as a tool. Use it for fun? Yeah. Use it as a tool? No.
Glamorizing artists using AI tools, because when they do so, they'll still be somehow making creative decisions. Maybe whoever wrote this article must have been living under a rock, because last time I checked, artists were and are still revolting against these AI tools. So tell me, which artist is it again you said is making creative decisions using AI? Oh, there's still more. We believe this decision aligns with our values of supporting artists through the evolution of art. However, we also understand there are important ongoing conversations regarding the training of AI models, including ethical questions about the use of copyrighted works and concerns about mitigating bias and negative environmental impacts. I'm still confused how any of this is supporting artists in the
Again, he's fighting lapping accusation, and like some of the point that some people would just try their best to claw that shit out to win an argument. He's just trying to fight those things. He's seen, like, you basically just scour through Twitters how people like argue against like AI, and he just cover those points only. For me, again, I'm not exactly a defender of AI, but I find like some of the point people defend, not defend, like going against like people who defend AI, a little bit pointless. Especially like the harming the environmental part. It's more like, again, I'm not saying that I'm just going to defend AI here and there, but I'm going to say your point doesn't make a point. The harming environmental part actually doesn't really does that much, to be honest. It's like the only thing, like when they say like harm environment, like what kind of harm environment? Most of the time they would just find like they use a lot of water. Not a lot of water drinkable, you know. they use a lot of undrinkable water. Okay? And here's another thing. AI server is a highly concentrated piece of technology in one spot. Okay? So when it comes to pollutions and everything and creation of it, obviously you can see a very hot mark in that particular area. But in reality, the phone you are watching me on, the screen that you're watching me on, the phone that you're personally using, the alarm clock, the computers, and every single piece of technologies that being created create way more pollutions than AI does. Sadly, I'm going to say this. If people really want to be like environmental friendly, they should stop lapping against this point, drop your phone, throw it away, not using any technologies anymore. Because it's like the small things actually way more like boiling the frog like slowly kind of situations. Every single piece of technology we have here create pollutions when it was created. It have a certain level of pollutions. Even you decided to go to a fucking forest and build a cabin to live in. There's a lot of people does that shit too. Like imagine like you just like start to chop off the gosh dang forest like to build like a shit tons of cabin. You are this deforestations at that point. So there's sometimes some point have no point. Okay, you win, but also same time your point have no point. Yes, they should say something like that too. And that's the best way we can say is like either we should make more like recyclable technologies, not one-time use technologies. The one that I hated the most as technologies exist, okay? AI still is kind of recyclable, okay? The server and shit. One thing that you should like people that like complain about AI technologies is like bad for the environment. They should actually know this one thing. That's like this really fucking annoying technologies outside the world right now. Disposable electronic, disposable phone, disposable fucking power bank, disposable e-cigarettes, disposable this, disposable that. All is plastic. Plastic, lithium, copper, all those things are in there. They make it fucking disposable. I used to be some sort of like environmental fighter like when I was young, actually. So this is why I know so much about this kind of things. And I also know the inevitability of fighting against it. Like, I'm not those kind of people who will decide to go sit in a fucking road, do nothing about it, risk your fucking life to block people, go to hospital. I'm not those kind of people who will go to like an art museum for no reason, tossing paint everywhere. It's fucking useless. If those people really want to risk their fucking life and like they're costing people like millions of dollars, okay, you better actually go work your ass off, donate into a proper cause that actually trying to create a proper recyclable technologies, or start a LLC that will, you know, like go to different like phone manufacturing factories, this and that other stuff, like give them a service. I will put on a fucking filters into your like things that you dispose into a fucking lake for free, doing a lot of free service for those factories. Those factories will happily accept you. The reason that we have a lot of filtering technologies but a lot of factory doesn't use it because it takes monies to maintain them. So if you do that for free, you essentially help the environment. Yes, you work yourself to death for that, but it's better than like risking your fucking life on a fucking road for no reasons that you didn't provide anything at all aside from blocking someone go from point A to point B. You get the idea, right? You get how stupid those guys is, right? I know I kind of like hurting a lot saying that, but still. I have a fucking point when I say this kind of things because I've been there. There's a lot of things that actually works. It didn't work because it didn't apply on society a lot because a lot of people are iffy about it. If you have a lot of green technologies, you know what? You guys should actually build a gosh dang green cities and make it work. Prove the point that it works. People can live that way. And then you know what? And create a city, earn money from that city, and then give those money as a sponsor for people to make more of those cities. And people who want to change and adapt, give them the money so they can change and adapt into such a living style. Yeah. That is the best way to do it. And it's definitely going to be very hard, but it's way more fucking effective than trying your best to sit in the fucking road and holding like some sort of like gosh dang banner in low ground. People can't even see it when they're driving through it.
Eyes of Etsy. This is literally handicapping artists, reducing the barrier to entry because now literally anyone can make a fake drawing of an anime character and then sell prints of it. And then they're also increasing the competition for real artists who are genuinely just trying to make a living from Etsy. Apparently the only thing they don't condone is selling the prompts used in generating the artwork because somehow that's more unethical than selling AI art. And also because selling prompts without the finished product undermines the value of the artist's creative inputs. Whose bright idea was it to come up with this magnificent piece of fine literature? I need to have a bit of whatever it is they're having because it must be the good stuff. There's no way you can tell me a normal person sat down to write this without laughing all the way through it. The hypocrisy is just unbelievable at this point.
Not gonna lie, I thought people were exaggerating with the whole Etsy is just not the same anymore until I went on Etsy to like make your own shop. And then if you look down, so when you list what items you sell, one of the options for how you made your item is an AI generator. This whole time, I thought Etsy just didn't realize how much AI stuff was on their site because they couldn't tell. Not that it's actually an option endorsed. Etsy is a marketplace for handmade and vintage items. It emphasizes on the selling of homemade or vintage items. Bro, in what world is AI art vintage or homemade? This like genuinely shouldn't be allowed on Etsy. It's like against the fundamental of what Etsy's items are.
Much to my non-surprise, everyone was completely disappointed with Etsy and calling them out for their stance on AI, saying Etsy died a long time ago and asking for an option so they can filter out the non-AI images. Someone also mentioned in the comments that the CEO of Etsy was heavily pro-AI, which explains the wide acceptance of AI on their platform, and the funny article explaining their stance on using AI on their platform. Speaking about funny articles in videos, if If you enjoy videos like this and want to watch more, you should subscribe. I post weekly and we also have a Discord server where we talk with each other, share memes, good looking art, and generally have a good time. The link is in the description. Selling digital products, which also happens to be one of the major income streams for artists, has also been infiltrated by fake artists selling what appears to be digital AI brushes for making art. That sounded rather stupid. Wait, is that really in the script? This is real. Back in my day, you had to wait for an artist to release their brush sets before you can get access to high quality textured brushes for painting. Now we have people using AI to sell brushes. What is this world turned into? Where did we go wrong? My good friend Boo Boo Sanchan stumbled on an account on Instagram that claimed to sell the best digital art brushes for Procreate, Photoshop, and Clip Studio paints for almost $200. But since they were feeling rather kind-hearted, they were offering it at a discount of $60. Boo Boo Sanchan also noticed the art on the cover of the brush pack looked like an AI-generated image, but for some reason they had stated no form of AI was used in their work with this no AI label on the cover. They also have several videos of them using these brushes on their Instagram account, and you can clearly tell by looking at some of the videos that quite a few, if not all of these brushes were made using AI. This brush set they have, which is of the mouth in different positions, clearly looks to have been made using AI. You can see how this has little to no line weight at all and basically no soul in the drawing. They also seem to be drawing over AI images in some of their videos, which is just a major red flag. Now let's do some quick maths here. I know you're all artists and the thought of doing math is one of the reasons why you ended up doing art in the first place, but stay with me here. If this person is selling their bundle of brushes for $60 and then happens to sell 6, they would have made $360. If they sell 20 brushes, that's $1,200. But if they somehow sold 50 copies of their fake AI brush collection, that would have backed them a whopping 3,000 big American buffos. Now I see why there are so many fake artists. This literally requires the barest minimum effort to make a crappy product and just start promoting it across the internet. This is just sad. If you actually want to support a good artist that genuinely has good brushes, just patronize Ramon Nunes. He literally has some of the best textured brushes that he uses for his art alongside some really good tutorials you can learn from. Boo Boo Sanchan even has an amazing set of brushes for manga and webtoon artists, and she painstakingly drew every single one by hand. She also has a course as well teaching you how to improve your drawings and sharing tips for artists who want to make similar style of art as she does. I'll leave links in the description for any of these resources so you can all just check them out and patronize them instead of just supporting any of this AI crap. But out of all of these AI art scams, the next one is the one that shocked me the most, and it also happens to be one of the most important income streams for artists, and that is taking art commissions.
So like hypothetically, if you commission art and they use AI and you paid for it, what are you supposed to do? Because I commissioned art this morning. I was very, very excited, and I didn't really think much of it until I showed it to people, and literally every single person I know in real life told me, hey, this is AI, whether or not it's photo bashed and then illustrated over, or it's just straight up AI. And then they showed me other images by the artist, and they were like, hey, this is AI. Like they have different art styles, and I don't know what to do. Not confrontational, so I don't want to ask for my money back, but at the same time, I feel like I wouldn't have commissioned it if I knew that was going to be the case. I don't know what to do. I'm just sad.
This is just genuinely sad and annoying at the same time. Paying an artist for a commission only for them to send you an image that looks like AI without your knowledge at all is probably the worst feeling ever. The commissioner basically trusted you to deliver a drawing you made with your own hands based off of what they saw in your portfolio, and you basically betrayed their trust, especially when the person genuinely supports you and really doesn't know about art and can't tell the difference between real art and AI art. Isn't the right thing to do just telling them that you use AI to make art so they should know what they're expecting from you? Or at least put a disclaimer somewhere that states that your drawings are made with AI instead of parading
Speaking about
yourself
photo bash, This is a very old art, 5 years ago. But back then when I look at this, I was like so amazed that a few coupling, okay, literally just a few coupling, managed to like just from copy and paste lots of stuff like bits and part, have some drawings on it, just using them as part, you can do something like this. By just adding some additional lighting, some extra line. I was like, holy heck! This is creativity of humans, okay? This is the era before AI art is a thing. This is what we can do.
As a regular artist, just manipulating people and scamming them of their hard-earned pennies. Apparently, the fake artist took 8 days to make the image and the commission ended up costing over $100. Everyone felt sorry for the commissioner and advised them to seek a refund since they couldn't use the image and no longer had any need for it.
There's no way this thing can be real, because if so, I swear to God. So this person is happy to announce that they are opening their commissions as a talented AI artist. First of all, that just says it all for me. How is one talented AI? That's like me saying I'm a talented chef because I
Talented AI artist. Talented AI artist. The amount of aneurysm I'm having right now. I'm not the best artist in the world, but I can definitely say like there's no talented AI artists in this world, okay? Like generative AI is just games, okay?
Or a burger with extra pickles at McDonald's. That is not how it works.
Yeah, basically, this guy have the best way to say it. I order customized burger with extra sauce on it, and then I call myself a burger. I call myself the most best burger maker in the world.
And then their prices start at 100. Starting at 100 for someone to just write a prompt in. Like, dude, that is insane. Like, I'm an artist myself, and I'm just gonna show you a little breakdown of how I do commissions. So, someone recently commissioned me to make themselves as a rubber duck. This didn't take me too long. It took me about 2 hours. I work at like 20 per hour, so yeah, you're able to do the math pretty simply from there. So just to help visualize that, this is something I've spent about 5 hours on. And yeah, guess what? It's still far from being done, but like this is about 5 hours worth of actual work. So if you're telling me like a prompt is somehow like equivalent to like this much effort, like I'm sorry, your opinion does not mean anything to me. Then there's just like the level of skill issue to have someone else do AI art for you. Like I'm sorry, do you need someone else to help you swallow, help you breathe, like just help you with basic functions? Like, good God.
This AI for commission scam is even more rampant on TikTok and Twitter, and a lot of people fall for this scam because for the most part they had no idea it was AI and thought the artist was actually making drawings and only find out it's AI when they share the commissioned drawing. And then people start pointing out elements in the drawing a normal artist will see because, well, we make our own art, obviously. So it's pretty easy to notice little things in the drawing that are clearly not mistakes.
Yeah. The problem is like not lots of people can notice this kind of stuff. Hi there, Sketching Cat. Oh yeah, totally forgot about this thing. I completely forgot about this. Art commission is basically you know, I have a profile pictures. I have this OC I sketch out. I want a profile pictures to be made, but I know my art skill kind of like not the best at the moment. So you can like, or like you're too busy to draw something else, so you can just like ask people to draw it for you. That is like art commissions. You're ordering stuff from people, and then you pay them money, and then they will like draw it for you. Sometimes when it comes to like you are like content creators, you need to make you are too busy like editing your own video, but you don't have time to make a thumbnail. so you can commission someone else to make a thumbnail for you, or you are too busy on making the thumbnail, so you will commission someone to edit the video for you, something like that. Or you don't have the skill to make a thumbnail, you can also like commission other people to make a thumbnail for you. Different creator, different like artists do like different things, so like you can commission them to do like various other things. I work in VGen, so like you can go to scroll in VGen or go to my VGen site profile to kind of like see what kind of like service I offer, and then you'll be like, hey, you do this, I'll commission you to do this for me then. Yeah, something like that. Alright, mute. Wish you luck on doing anything you want. Well, depends on a lot of people. Like, if you have a really ridiculously good art skill, yeah, you should actually monetize a little bit. Like, even like it doesn't like, even though it doesn't kind of like, you know, you don't really need the money. You are fucking rich for some reasons. Sorry for my language if you're a kid. So if you are really rich, you don't mind like not earning money. It's fine, you know. Fan art exists for reasons, okay? A lot of people can make a fan art, this and that other stuff, for free. It's kind of still good, but if you ever be like, you know what, I need some reward. If I do something like I spend like 3 days on drawing, I need some reward. But I don't want to charge people like so expensive to a point like $100 so they can't buy anything. So you can like just charge them $100, but give them a discount to maybe just like $10 only. I give them a 90% discount, something like that. Here's the thing about like art commission stuff. A lot of art commission artists, you know, the artists that do the drawing, they also have your same circumstances. They'd be like, you know what, I don't need to earn that much money. I like drawing. I can even draw it for free, but at least I need to like, it would be like, it would be good that every single time I draw, I got enough money that I can go and eat a burger as a celebrations. So you charge a tiny little bit of money, but your base price is like $10, while like your art qualities is mostly like those people who charge like $100. That's just a scenario. Then you kind of like ruin the market that way. It's best that you still charge, even if you want to do that, you go and find anyone who's similar with your quality with a reasonable pricing. That's like, oh, that guy actually is not doing it for fun. He's like, oh, he have rent to pay. He have to get food to buy to eat, else he's going to die. So he charged people like $45 on the lower end side, and then you decide to charge like undercharge like people like $10. People is just going to go to you more than that guy, right? And then like even people like go to buy from that guy, they will complain like, why this that guy taking like $10? He's surviving. Why aren't you surviving? You can take $10. I believe you. And then they'd be like, there's so many things I can explain on this kind of things. It's basically like electricity bill is a thing, okay? Food is a thing. You have to survive for a day, for the next day to keep drawing. That's the thing, okay? If one lightning strike kill your computers, if you don't save money from like, if you're just barely earning money, then if a lightning strike kills your computers, you can't draw anymore. That's another issue, all right? So like a lot of people need to earn some money. So if you want to charge low, it's fine. But if you find like some low end people with your similar skill charging like 45 ringgit, $45, you can charge them $45, but give them a discount enough to just $5 or something. Okay. This way they still can pay you affordably, and then you get some money, and then you can buy McDonald's or something from that work you just do. Once you finish it, you'll be like, hey, I earned $5. What I'm gonna do? McDonald's. Or I'm just going to buy like 3 McFlurry and just eat all the McFlurry. One Oreo, one M&M, and then one like the special version of it, like whatever like event they're running. How long have you been on YouTube? Actually, I've been YouTube. I'm 30 years old. Just going to say I've been in YouTube for a very, very long time. But as for streaming, I've been streaming for like 12 years. More than 12 years, actually. Yeah, if you think about like, then why aren't you big? And then I'm gonna say like, I know. Nah, it's just that I started to become a VTuber for like this past almost 4 years at this point. So like it does like take some time to build up, especially for male VTubers. We have a little bit difficulty, something called like a male VTuber debuff. Generally, especially if you try to target like VTuber culture people, usually people would watch female VTubers rather than male VTubers most of the time. Like if you give them a choice. So that way you would get like some sort of like lesser people coming to watch you, this and that, other stuff. You know. Ah, just a starter. And then I take a look at your and then I take a look at your subscriber, like at 50K, I'll be like, I'm a failure. Nah, it's just again, I don't make like video content that much. YouTube mainly is for video content, it's not for streaming. Most of my viewer and my subscriptions is come from streaming, so again, not lots of people watch that. This is why my YouTube growth is like super slow. I've been trying to like edit more video right now, so like it's kind of like take some time. I'm going to make more video in the futures. Actually, I've been making like a few type of like shorts video that hold on a bit. Let me try to like find this. Okay, go to YouTube Studio. I'm not those kind of guy that hide this kind of like statistic stuff. So yeah, let me hop to different scene on my horizontal stream. Actually, I stream in like both sides, a horizontal scene and then a vertical scene. If you think vertical scene is like too small for you to see, you can go to find my other like horizontal scene and then go and watch it from there. So again, this is my analytics stuff. Ooh, I got one more subscription numbers to actually get the 69. Someone stop me so I can get 69. So I can actually come on. I need to screenshot that. You know what? I can just do this. See live count. Yeah, live count. But either way, let me show some of my. Yeah, I don't do a lot of like video content. Even I post my video, it doesn't really go through like 100 that much, unless I go to shorts. Shorts actually, I got like way more, like this particular one. Like I say again, there's a reason a lot of people doing like trend chasing. And why does the gosh dang video there blocking my stuff? Hold on a bit. My horizontal view got blocked. Sorry about that. It only works on horizontal view. If you really want to use a TTS, you have to go to go to my other stream to actually like do that. I have to close this thing down. Yes. Almost 69. Hi there, official. Doc Toby. Sorry, I used the wrong voice. What kind of voice I was using when I say Doc Toby? Oh yes. Hi there, official Doc Toby. Hi there. Boop. Not 69 yet. Yeah, suddenly jump 2 number, it will ruin. You guys have to be very, very like careful on the sub part. You forgot the S, Angel. Oh! Quick! Aha! Ta-da! Okay, I get that thing. The funny number has achieved. Oh no! Did I? Too bad. Like my, I go and take a look at my horizontal, my TTS thingy. My TTS thingy show like they actually detecting the vertical stream this time, not the horizontal stream. Most of the time, it actually like see the horizontal stream, but you know. Don't worry, I already took the image for the 69. It's in the screenshot. It's fine. But yeah, I'm doing something like this kind of things before. You guys can actually like watch this, I guess. Let me try to have like a talk about like something called like what I'm gonna say again? Something called a male VTuber effect, okay? Oh, if people have no idea what a VTuber is, like this is a very good way to kind of like show to you guys like what VTuber is.
Yeah. In case you guys don't know, I am a VTuber. If you don't even know what that is basically short term of a virtual YouTuber. Well, technically that is the old lingo. Nowadays, VTuber has become slightly more common rather than being very niche things. Let me show you guys what a VTuber actually is. As the virtual stands for, is the virtual side of a personality, or the avatars to represent you on the virtual side. Because when it comes to content creations, there's a few ways to actually do it. You just like record your voice and then put some video editing in there and then be done with it. And the physical one where you actually show your face, do acting, do a little bit improv, do more physical kind of like language that provide to people visually. Bonus point if you're hot. And sometimes when people are a little bit of shy, they don't really want to show their face, but they're comfortable with like showing their voice, they will use like some sort of like cartoon artwork or like maybe some things they commissions to actually like draw them in a very illustrative way to kind of like show them and represent their face for the channel. VTuber is essentially a much more advanced version of that. And yes, we are not AI. Only one technically exists. You would think about the natural progression of this kind of stuff, you would think there's like a very natural understanding this would progress to this point, but most common people just think VTuber are AI. This might even surprise you even more. People who watch anime don't really know what a VTuber is. And sometimes you told them like what a VTuber is, even they kind of like stump that those things are not AI. The idea of a walking talking anime still kind of surprise them sometimes. Well, nowadays there's a little bit much more diversities when it comes to like the design of VTuber's character, but the origin of VTubing characters is basically a very hyper close reference of being a walking talking anime characters. Alright, that will be a very short introduction of a VTuber. I'll make a few more videos like maybe like male VTuber debuff or like this and that yet stuff, kind of expands more people knowledge and understanding about what a VTuber is. To be honest, in order to cure a male VTuber debuff, the main thing is actually getting more people into VTubers instead of just the original starting point, how a VTuber become a thing in the first place. So, see you guys in the next video, and have a...
Yeah, by the way, answer to your questions, like Angel, yes, a lot of people still think like VTubing is AI. Heck, they don't even understand the concept of like going, like if you're going to, like imagine like your uncle or like someone just like older than you, like 10 years old or 5 years old. They will like ask you like, how do you actually earn money in the internet if you do like art commission stuff? They don't understand the concept of you drawing in the internet and receive money in the internet. You have to explain it in a way that they can understand. So why do you think they can't understand the concept of VTubing? And also, are VTuber AI or not? Here's the thing about like why people think VTuber is AI. Let me try to like find this thing. The what again? Let me go and find it. Generally, a lot of people from the slightly older generation, around like the late 30s or like mid 30s years old, they are still like a lot of people, even like in the late 20s, they still like confused about like that particular thing. Is because this particular thing. Hold on, let me try to find it. Hologram. Yeah, this one. Okay, let's try to go and find this. Gate box. Okay. Clock. Is it clock? Yes, this one. So a lot of people get like a, this thing is like a video from 8 years ago, okay? It's kind of like before VTuber is a thing. So a lot more people have misconceptions that VTuber is AI is mainly because of this. Try to think about this. 4 million people that have a decent amount of anime culture watcher. Imagine like most of the like social media stuff that posted this, like in Facebook or in Twitters. So this is not just the only view. So way more people have a certain level of misconception from this video. So there's still a lot of people have strong impressions of VTuber is an AI just because of this thing. Hatsune Miku, Kizuna Ai, technically Kizuna Ai is not AI, but still, it kind of like her entire story kind of like frame around that is a Hatsune Miku that have a human pilot. But not a lot of people actually can accept or like understand the concept of it. They know what a Miku is, but when you look at the it's basically it's a AI anime that can like talk to you, kind of. Technically, it's not even AI, but the story is like she's the AI, but still, it's basically like so like when people see a VTubers, they just have the conceptualization of that. In Malaysia's, actually, like, most people would actually like think about that too. Yes, that become like an issue that a lot of people actually mistook VTuber as AI for many times. Even now, if you just like open like a VTuber booth in some sort of like conventions, show them like VTuber as a technologies, okay? Go to a technology conventions and show like how the camera tracking for like VTubers, how a VTuber works, this and that other stuff. People would just walk past you if you just like show a lot of like VTuber clip, and they will actually go and ask you, hey, is this made with AI? This is what they will ask you. Literally. They thought every VTuber is actually Neurosama.
Hi there, Kirivaku here.
So,
in case
another thing that
get...
I want to like show, like, the things like about like the male VTuber curse that I made is a video. Yeah, that's like a very big gap with like normal people understanding. They can't even understand the concept of like a art commission is for most people. So telling them VTuber have like someone behind the camera doing this thing is very difficult. Actually, here's the thing. My stream, there's many times actually I show my face and my VTuber both together to kind of like dispels the misconception for lots of people. I know some people just like, you know, like like a funny meme, they would just come here, hey, face review, when, and now I'll be like, ta-da. Sorry if people on the vertical side, they don't know what the heck that what the heck did I just do. But yeah, I have my face like stream right beside my the model time to time to show people that actually like VTubers like have like a human behind it, like literally. Epic. So yeah, it kind of like function like that.
Hey.
So this is like some things about like male VTuber stuff. If you guys don't know what is male VTuber debuff, I can actually explain it now, but it's better to show like I made this kind of content. I'm not sure it's like a good content or not, to be honest, as a like a YouTube content. Maybe if you guys like it, I will make more of this, like really like rough sketch version of me. Just do a lot of like talking and stuff.
Remember the last time I talked?
Oh, male VTubers stuff is like, I've been talking a lot about this even in the past because I understand a certain things that a lot of people misunderstood, like male VTuber is. Some people are very bitter as a male VTuber because like they know like a random female VTuber just like debut, they have like 10k people watching her, while a dude like doing like a debut, they get like 0 people watching them. Sometimes they even do like birthday stream karaoke or something, and then like a birthday karaoke, and then they try to sing their lung out, and then they realize that there's like 0 view. They want to do a lot of interactive activity, but there's 0 people like joining that male VTubers. Even a female VTuber, they just randomly put like it's my birthday, there will be a lot of people say happy birthday to them. But for male VTubers, they generally don't get that. So essentially, I would say this is my advice to give you. Just don't expect when you are a male VTuber to get like a VTuber culture treatment. Unless you are knee deep into the VTubing cultures, it's really difficult for you to like get noticed within the VTubing cultures, because this particular thing is what I call a spot effect. Okay, try to think about this. I say this spot immediately. What kind of things you kind of like imagine? Football, basketball, golf. You would just think a lot like the first image flash in your brain is a dude, right? VTuber essentially have the same effect, but ironically on the opposite end. So it's basically when you say those kind of things, people would just have like a first choice bias to choose a female VTuber first. Imagine there's like 5 VTubers streaming the same game. Only there's 5 VTubers streaming the same games. 4 of them are dude, and one of them is female VTubers. People would have the first thing they would click is to click the female VTuber first, and then maybe she's a very bad gamer, or like she just like stay silent, don't talk to people at all, or she's like fucking rude, act like a bitch, and then people be like, oh, this is a bitch, I'm going to move to the other guy. The male VTuber will always get the second choice. They will always get the second choice. Unless you decided to do something. Here's the thing. Yesterday I did talk about this with Mute. About this thing. We have this thing that is like the advantage of female VTuber is guys and girls will like a very attractive female model. Guys can look at a female model, guarantee say, woohoo! And then girls can see a beautiful female model. They're also, wow, it's beautiful. For a dude, it's either you look very handsome or some things, and then they attract the female side of the audience, or you are those kind of like bro kind of like streamers, and then you attract the male side of the viewer. You only can choose like one side. That is like one of the issues for like male VTubers most of the time. So either you are knee deep into the VTubing cultures, like Jewel, not Jawul or Jewel. I don't know how to like Porcelain Maid. Okay, he basically play into like the VTubing cultures as a guy using a female model. Most of the time, when a guy use a female model, people would just say, "Boo! You scammed us!" Something like that, or betray their feelings of like, "See, ooh, beautiful lady," click into it, and then he have the deepest voice that you can ever hear, and then they'd be like, "Ah!" Yeah, that's the thing. So, for Porcelain Maid, he play into the fact that on the VTubing cultures that, yeah, I'm supposed to like possess like a dude body, but I went to the fucking doll. I can't get out because it's played so well on this kind of like concept. A lot of people like him because of that. So it's like either you play ball with the entire VTubing cultures, or you just be yourself as a dude. Then being a dude, you just have that, you just have that like few option you can kind of like choose. That's the thing like about like VTubers, male VTubers. So it's much more difficult. I know a way to actually help people out on the male VTuber debuff, because the first choice bias, this and that bias, all those kind of things is actually built up from I don't think I should talk about this thing. I can like give a much more heavy emphasis why the VTubing cultures people would see and watch like more female VTubers. Like the first established line of thought is female VTuber than male VTuber. I can show this thing.
Alright, I have to stop it here before I get a copyright claim.
Her name is Hatsune Miku. If I see one more of you call her the Fortnite girl, I'm gonna freak out.
More or less the grandmama of a voice that has been represented by a virtual character. While the voice is digital, but still at the end there's a virtual character that represents the entire software and the voice tone itself. And I'm talking about this is because like last time I talked about the male VTuber debuff, what it is, but I never really emphasized on why it happened in the first place. You are looking at the source right now. Hatsune Miku is actually a very incredibly important icon within the anime pop cultures. She may or may not be the first one, but she is also undeniable the most popular one out there to represent something virtually with avatar. Due to her popularity, obviously having like a virtual avatar to represent something, and while she is a software that is singing, idol stuff, dancing, and everything, it kind of like I say again, pre-attached to them. She was released in somewhat come late in the August 2007. It was like around the time when the anime weeb era is still a little bit niche things, with a pre-established anime fanbase having something framed as a AI virtual female anime characters. She did manage to attract quite a lot of male fanbase because of that. So with the idol cultures, like basically they just have even more higher base on the male viewership fanbase. You kind of can see like what I'm building up here, right? And here comes the second catalyst from after like having this kind of a pre-established virtual character.
Basically, because of that, the basic of like male basic of like VTuber viewer cultures mostly is guy that willing to watch like virtual female characters, because Hatsune Miku kind of like established that point. It's not just because it's idol cultures and stuff. It's more like they established something guys would click into it if it's a female virtual characters. Try to think about this, like Vocaloid have male character in there too. It's not like they have like super famous male Vocaloid characters. The Twin have a dude there, obviously, but it's more like a female looking, more like Frame have like that female looking face in the first place, so people just don't mind. And then there's like the blue hair dude. I can't name everyone. I just like you guys like know who they are when I say it. There's like the blue hair guy for Vocaloid. He is also very fucking famous actually. But on the female side of a viewer, okay?
The build up. Kizuna Ai. This is her first appearance as a virtual YouTuber. which while Hatsune Miku is a very popular digital virtual icon, but Kizuna is a little bit different. She basically is kind of framed like Hatsune Miku, but instead of using a Vocaloid software to voice her, to create her own voice, she actually have a person behind it doing the mocap and doing the voice of the characters. She also does singing, dancing, sit there and have a nice chat with you, all those kind of stuff, but there's like an actual human-based interaction in there. Of course, like as time passed, like she built up a very big fan base too, but again, still pre-established starting and then pop it off as a female. So you kind of can start to see here like the general tone that has been set, that when it comes to virtual characters, like people just immediately have pre-established the first thing to think about it is girls. So when VTuber is starting to pop off, like still at the end, like a lot of people still kind of pre-program it in a way for the existing audience is watching virtual characters is going to be girls. Like again, it's not like male VTuber doesn't exist, but when people are going to watch it, they kind of expect to see a female rather than male.
Yeah, that's the thing, that main point I want to talk about. Like how to get out of this curse. Actually, it's very easy. You just don't need to. You just stream what you do. You don't need to target on the VTubing side of like the audience, the pre-existing audience that would just gravitate toward like female, on like female VTubers, because you just do things like outside the box, then it's fine. Look at Shindings. If you guys don't know who Shinding is, okay, I'm trying to find him. Shindigs. I keep calling him Shindings. Okay, this dude, he essentially is a VTuber, but his audience have zero. I think like this thing, like his audience has zero VTubing culture people. Okay, his viewer generate is internet meme and kids, because how interactive stream is. Like if you guys want to try it out, my stream actually is quite interactable too. So I can do something like this. I'll do something like this.
Objection!
Like, I can have a lot of interaction when it comes to my stream, but this guy is one higher level when it does this kind of things.
有没有一款游戏可以满足 MMORPG 社交的需求，又有动作游戏的爽快感，还有现在最流行
Oh, this one, I shouldn't like harm people that way. Just going to
very epic interactions.
Hold it!
Twitch chat engagement is a key part to a successful stream, so I force my viewers to keep chatting by linking their chat velocity to stream quality.
See, he can do
I put
something
my Twitch
like
chat
this.
on treadmills, and the faster they spam the chat, the faster they run.
So it's a
the
very
faster they
interesting
run,
stream
the better
while
the stream
he's like a
quality.
VTuber.
They were forced to keep chatting if they wanted to keep watching a high-quality
his
stream.
stream
And some viewers
is-
needed a little bit of extra motivation.
We never play video games anymore. I'm not just here to do like...
Like again, like his stream is so interactive to a point that is entertainment in a different way. It gravitates toward like different kind of audience. He is like basically my best example that you are a VTuber, you don't necessarily have to tap into the VTubing kind of like slice of pie there.
crazy chat interactions for you. Even though that's fun, it's like, it takes a lot of time to set them up. Wait, hold on. Can you still see the game? No? Wait, is the video still out? Okay, I think I know what the issue is. Hold on. Hey guys, the video went out. It's
Yet he does all this thing live, you know.
static. You're not even running? Dude, I'm streaming right now. We need a clear picture.
Running is hard.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? I'm tired.
I haven't eaten in
He
3
have this
days.
like expansive TTS and like a lot of like bot system working. Like he custom made like a lot of like bot command stuff.
Hold on, let me check. Yeah, the stream is still no one can watch anything. I need you guys to be running to power the stream.
I haven't seen the sun in my 18 years of life. Let me see the light of the surface.
We don't want to see the stream, Shin.
I need to see some running.
Yeah, the entertainment is come from his chat
Now, that's better. Thank you.
and him. working
dance,
together.
Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance.
Sure, whatever, as long as that keeps you running.
I'm fast AF boy.
Spam the chat, meet the chat velocity quota, and we can have a very smooth and productive stream. We good with that? I'm in between internet providers right now, so this is really helping me out. I appreciate it. All right, we are so back. Sorry about that, guys. I just got a different... I'm in between internet providers, so I have like a temporary solution. It's not Starlink, it's something better. It still doesn't look great. It's still a little staticky. Hold on, let me check the stats. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. Team 3! It's still blurry. Excuse me? You're in the yellow. We need you all green. There we go. Team 3.
I know how
you.
he does this actually. I'm using Streamer.bot. I can do some similar things too. But it takes ages for me to program stuff. I really hope like someone is actually doing programmer stuff that can help me program this kind of stuff.
There we
I
go.
know how to do it, but it takes
that's
ages for me to do it.
Everything seems to be working fine now. So I need to get up there with the ladder. Yeah, I need a ladder for sure. Yeah, anyway, I was saying, I'm in between switching ISPs. I messed up my planning, so previous service cut out before the fiber could get installed. So I had to get a temporary solution to be able to stream, and I hope it still looks good. I'll just keep this little indicator up here, so we know who we have to adjust.
Jin, we're getting tired. Can we take shifts?
Hold on 1 second. Just got a message on my phone. I gotta deal with something.
You actually just earn a shit ton of money that way because like the TTS you have to pay to actually chat, and those guys is just paying everything.
Who's getting tired? You don't look really tired to me. Seems like you're running at full speed.
Shin, can we get some water?
Shin, this sucks. I'm tired.
Wait, who said that? Oh, wait, stop.
Vexage.
Everyone stop. Can you have a break?
Yes.
There's a water cooler right here.
I'm tired. I need a nap.
Mr. Shin, please, I haven't seen my family in 5 years.
We need to present a united front, guys.
Kill the fish.
There's no need to talk about killing each other or unionizing or any of that funny stuff. Let's just take this time to stretch our legs out. You're going to be running for a very long time. You don't want to get a cramp or anything. It's only like, what, a 3 to 4 hour stream? You can run for that long. It's like a marathon. It's fine.
I was a coal miner before this and the conditions were better.
Okay, let's just start at a simple, brisk pace. Just a little jog. It's chill. Okay, guys, there's just some stuff happening with my temporary ISP, so the...
Yeah, actually, like, we can do something like that too. Hold on a little bit. Like the effect and stuff. I'll drag down my OBS and show it to you guys. Right now, okay, I can show it here that my character right now is this one. I can move him. Yep. And then I scroll down and find this VTubers. Okay, I go to filters. Okay, this is my filters. I will try to play with some things. Oh, actually, I should show you this. I actually already have the plugin for this kind of stuff too. User defined shaders, okay? User defined shaders. I can go to load a effect file. I have an effect file. Hold on a little bit. Not this, actually. I think it's this one. Yes. So I go to browser. I can load a lot of like different kind of like shaded effect file. Okay. I will be loading maybe CTR versus CTR. There's a chroma, bulge. What is CTR? So the static one. Let's see. No, I forgot which one is which. Hold on. Is it this one? I think it is. But yeah, now you guys are kind of like see like this. I look very weird, funny right now. Okay. And then I can like increase like different things. I can scale it. Oh, this is ASCII. I just look like freaking ASCII for this. Or I can change the different one. Okay. Change the different one. Let's see what I can change. Let's go for a... hue, halftone, motion blur, matrix. Matrix. See? We can like basically do a lots of things like this. Change like how the things like coordinations, the lumen of this thing, or like the minimum, how much it shows, the ratio, like a lots of things I can like do touching up upon it to kind of make things works. And you can actually target the scaling by doing like lots of things. Let's have there's a pixelation, this pie, perspective, rainbow, and also ripple, rounded, selective, shine, simple, specular shine, swirl, terra, two-piece. VCR. Yes, this one. Yeah. And then I need to add some vertical height, I guess. Increase the stripe, this and that, other stuff. And then I can go around and use a chroma key and then key out the black one. Custom colors. And then I go for the black. And then press OK. Oh, no. The black is a little bit too much. Ta-da! The fun part about this, I can just like do a lot of things, but it does takes my computer's power a lot. Back in the days, I have like a much more like better user-defined stuff. I do quite a lot of like cool stuff back in the days. Right now, it's just like most of the things is just like basic stuff. But again, like I can do quite a lot of things, and I can show you like the software I'm using right now. It's called the streamer.bot. He used the second version. He used another version of it. I personally use streamer.bot. It's much more easier for me to do a lot of stuff. So you can see like it have a lot of command and stuff. I can do like a lot of things for fun. And let me try to go for this one. Okay, I have a special interaction called fuck you. So I have an if statement written into it. So when this thing exceed like a certain number, if I use the exclamation mark ultra, the system will restrict you to keep using ultra. Okay, so I use it again. Oops. And you can see how I'm going to detect this thing. I can click into it. Every single actions that got triggered, it actually have a lot of like data and stuff in here. So this is like a counter. How many times have you used this? How many people already used this thing? And then this user counters. So how many times you have used this particular thing, particular command. So I said like if people overuse this thing like 3 times, and they won't do it again. They will just say fuck you. Fuck you, I won't do it. So this is the third time. So you can see if I scroll down again, see my counter is like 3 at the moment right now because I use it 3 times. And if I use it the 4th time, the system will just like say fuck you to me. So I set like a thing that can like stop people abusing command stuff. If I really wanted to, I can like do a lot of things with that. I can make my stream like super interactive too, but again, like those things takes a lot of time to actually do it. Where was I again? How did I even get into this conversation? Oh yeah, like about the what again? VTubers, male VTuber debuff. Okay, so generally, yeah, the only solutions actually is either you play balls with like the VTubing cultures a lot, or you have to go for the style like him, not like just do what he does. Basically, like go to find a better pasture. Don't need to always stay in like the VTubing culture. You can be VTubers and a male VTuber, in fact, but you just don't need to attract, like find your way or expect to attract like the VTubing communities, you know? Because generally, it's really hard to win them. It's so freaking hard to win them into your VTubing streams, just because like again, like all the debuff I talk about, all the bias that people would like immediately go for, and those kind of stuff. So that is like the general case about that kind of thing. And then welcome to the Kirivaku TED Talk. Now you know a lot more about male VTubers. This is why like the male VTuber like drama stuff is like happening like here and there. Some people decided to like put a say to it, but I can definitely say like there's still lots of people that don't really know why it's a thing. Like Cha-Cha talk about it, but she may have some point, but also at the same times, she missed a few points. So a lots of people like add like more point to it, like just further turn it into chaotic situation. Now it become like a drama that male VTubers like this and that other stuff. And there's a lot of bad actor in male VTubing scene too, because like I say again, a lots of females doing VTubing, so a lots of like people like become a VTuber with some sort of bad intention. Niji Sanji is already half of them doing that just because of that. So it's kind of hard to like support them this way. It's like, so it kind of like made like the entirety of like the, again, like VTubing cultures for the communities, that the way they kind of view like male VTubers is kind of already in a quite bad light. So when you talk a lot about it, it's like a lot of people just like become VTuber because they want to date the female VTubers. A lot of people see it that way. You can't really like flip over that fact from just being a good from just like having collab with like female VTubers with like a good, and even you have good intentions, people will still view you in some other way. So that is like kind of like the issues everyone will have. And especially when people are memeing a lot about that, it kind of like makes it kind of worse, to be honest. It's not I don't find the meme funny, because a lot of people actually do that. And since I also like in the VTubing culture stuff, if I just give it a scenario, even though I didn't come in with this kind of intentions, okay, I just want to be a anime man, to be honest. So if one day the only people that I interact with is just female VTubers at this point, and then one day actually like something happens, and then decided to have some romantic relationship, that obviously I'm just going to like have a romantic relationship with like a female VTubers more or less in the futures, if that actually happened, if I'm lucky enough. But that kind of proved that point, right? If that actually happened, I'm in that social circle. So eventually the most people I interact with on the female counterpart is just going to be a VTubers. It's not like I don't want to choose someone else. It's like I lock in my house, okay? I can't even get out of my house. The most people I interacted with is either A, my viewer, or B, like VTubers. So yeah, unless I'm fucking gay, I guess. So that at that point, I can't deny the fact that the meme is not real. Okay, it's just ironically running in the parallel line. Like most of the time when I say it, the situation would be very complex if that actually happens. And then that's the thing. If you are in that social circle, the most people you will interact is either A, artists, B, managers, C, VTubers. Like generally, not lots of people want to collab with like VTubers, like streamers. Like they would like reluctantly like collab with VTubers. It just felt weird, like having like an anime character and then like an actual person like that streaming together, like those kind of things. It's really rare for like flash like streamers decided to want to interact with like VTubers. And mostly it's just, again, like in the streaming scene, quite a lot is just dude, okay? And then in female in like VTubing scene, quite a lot is female. So it can make the streaming even more awkward. Back in the days, I think like the most streamer interacted like streamer is actually Potastic P from like MSR. So like she actually have lots of interactions with lots of like female VTubers, because just like, you know, she kind of behaved like one already in the original forms. So even like in RL, and she's a girl, so like it's like more of the things that, you know, people are just having a girly party, those kind of things like that. So that's way more like real life streamers. When even it comes to it, it will be like female RL streamers with like VTuber female streamers. It was just going to be like that. And I think like if like dude decided to come into like the female like streamer community circle, only a few actually get a pass, like Heavenly. If you guys don't know who Heavenly is, it's like if I remember well, it's like Meat Break and Heavenly, this two person is like Zentria friends. Zentria actually interact with a lot of dudes, so like it's kind of like people are giving a pass for that, and they kind of like can get into most of the VTubing kind of collab stuff just simply like they started with you know, they kind of like Zentria started to interact with them first. So as time passes, kind of like, you know, things become more and more. And then also like oh no, Bricky is different. Bricky is like from Tara kind of like community first. So it's really depends. It's really circumstantial when it comes to like real life like streamers and like VTubers who kind of collab with each others. So it's really difficult. And as I like the two that I already stated, the example that when they are like interact with like the VTubers, yeah, it's dude interact with girls. And imagine like the girls having like a very high like those kind of parasocial fan base. You see a real life guy interacting with their favorite like female VTuber, like there will be some drama happening behind the scene. Most people just don't give a shit about it. And Zentria like communities, they all are fine with it. Matara communities, they all are kind of fine with it too. But you know, like when people kind of like have like super like parasocial kind of like relationship, like the moment they mention they know a guy, and then people would just like flip out. Imagine a crony just say like, "Hey, I met this guy," and then everyone just like exclamation mark in the chat. This is why Hololive people almost never mention a male counterpart of anything, even when it comes to staff. They would just mention Yago. The only guy that can be mentioned in Hololive is just Yago and their family. They cannot mention a single dude things. Fauna technically like left Hololive. It's not really like management issue. Sometimes it is management issues. It's more like the strict rule they have that they cannot mention a single dude. She have a boyfriend, and then when they kind of want to get married, you know, I won't really say it's issues. It's more like they decided to, you know what, I cannot do this if I'm gonna get married. So like I'm just gonna, you know, retired for as graduated as like a Hololive streamer. Like those kind of things happens. So yeah, like that's for her case. Like there's a lot of different people have different case. Like different agency have like different view on like this and that other stuff. And what time is it already? Holy shit! I've been chatting for so long. I forgot I'm I got way past my drawing stream time. Alright. There's so much thing we can chat about, but still, I need to focus on my work, okay? People paid me to do it. I have to do it. Yesterday, I like spent more time like chatting rather than drawings because I need to wait for the green light for my client because like he haven't like replied me on like this post is good or not, because I don't want to like almost finish halfway say, hey, I talk about like standing pose, can you keep doing the standing pose instead of this kneeling one? So yeah, here's the thing, originally he wanted me to do like a standing pose, but I feel like kneeling one is kind of a look better if I need to, you know, contain them within this like ratio, because standing I'm going to draw them like really small. So I want to draw like a full body, but still at the end kind of like, you know, zoom in more. You can see more the detail. If I draw a full body in this kind of ratio, the detail is just barely, it will become like people barely can see it. Like those kind of stuff. And also, guys, hydrate. Remember, drink some water. I'm drinking water right now. I talk too much. My voice is going away. Generally, because of the high-pitched voice, is actually not really, you know, not really good for me sometimes. It's not good for long drawn conversations. This one is much more easier because I relax my vocal cord. I can actually use this thing much more. But again, I'm an anime man, technically anime teenagers. My VTuber face. So having this voice and this face just doesn't match. So yeah. Like even the higher pitched voice, like is some things that I usually like talk with too. So like it's not like I'm straining myself. It's just maybe yesterday I talk a lot, and then today I'm also like talk a lot. Kind of like, you know, my voice is slowly going away from just the sheer amount of yapping I have. I know. I usually kept this voice like shut because my friend did say this thing many times. Especially my female friends, they just like, don't use that voice, it's dangerous. I don't know. Yeah, they did say like my voice is like, because they used to hear my high pitched voice. The moment I use this voice is like, you know, for them it's like, this is what they quote unquote told me back then. Is like basically it's like, why your voice suddenly become so sexy? I bet no, this is just my normal voice. You know, when I speak English, like this is generally how I sound like. I speak Cantonese. I have a much more lower tone voice, and similar with my English, I also have a way more lower tone voice when I'm speaking. When I speak Mandarin and some other language, my voice would go on a slightly higher pitch. Just the fact of multilingual and stuff. My voice is not even that deep, to be honest. It's just, yeah, like this is what it is like. The fact that your reactions is same with my other friends' reactions. Again, is most likely case. Again, my voice is not that deep. All right, it's just because I always use the higher pitch voice. And when I get tired or when I get sick, my voice become like this, and then they'll be like, "Ooh, what the fuck happened?" And then be like, "Ah, yeah, this is just me." And also, my speech pattern doesn't really match up with this voice either. So, yeah. It have a very big effect the moment I use it. When people kind of like already like get used to it, then that would be like a little bit different. It's actually much more funny. Like I say again, like this many times is like often there will be a lots of people like you hear like some, if I can sound like this and then I can sound like this, they would try their best to detect like which voice is he faking. And then they will try to listen to my VOD. Like when I use this voice, like they will like try to hear the inconsistency, like which one have the most inconsistency. And then they'll be like, "Hey, he faked this voice. Hey, he faked that voice." And I'll be like, "Sorry to tell you this, both is my voice." I didn't even try to fake it. It's just like both just how I naturally sound. Actually, it's like if I fake a voice, I cannot maintain it for a very long time. Imagine I decided to talk like this. This is actually very straining on my voice. And if I really want to talk, I can even talk like freaking Mickey Mouse if I wanted to. But and those voice is any voice that I can use for many occasions. And yeah, it's like those voice I just use actually is the voice that actually straining my vocal cord to actually push it out and fake it out to use. So it's not natural. This voice I can just use all full day with it. And even this voice I can just use full day with it. It's just the matter of fact how much energy I kind of push out my vocal cord. It's the same. If I'm just tired, I would just sound like this. If I'm just like having much more energy, I can just push out. It's just sound like this. It's the same. It's the same. And if I'm a little bit excited, my high-pitched voice would just like surface out. If I'm kind of like not really enthusiastic, my voice would just sound like this. Nah, I don't smoke weed. Actually, I don't even smoke. That's the thing. Like, I'm the saint in my friend group. Is basically that I don't do drugs, I don't drinks. Back in the days, I didn't even watch porn. Hey, I'm 30 years old. Obviously, ended her girlfriend. This is something that I will walk to one day. But back in the days, on my younger days, yeah, I don't. Nah, I didn't smoke weed. I'm already high enough. If you guys don't know, the reason I actually don't drink is because my medical conditions, I'm already having vertigo and very dizzy. I don't want to further increase the suffering from that conditions. So I don't drink. It's not like I just fully ban myself from drinking. It's not like allergic to it. It's more like maybe sometimes I would take like a half a can and then just pour it into a glass and then give like the rest to my friends to drink as like a celebration, those kind of things that, you know, you can't just like complete cut off things. Socializing, those kind of things still there, but I would just take my sweet ass time to drink that half of cup, half a can. So yeah. And as for smokes, I don't really smoke because my eldest brothers, which is like 12 years older than me, he smoked a lot in the house back in the days, so like I already absorbed enough like secondhand smoke, so I don't really like smoke because of that. So and here's the thing, I can hold my breath a very long time just because every single time I going past his room, I have to hold my breath. And in my university times, like you go to club, you have that kind of like ice breaking sessions. Like we go to the apartment with pool, and then I was learning how to swim in there. Actually, yes, I don't know how to swim, so they taught me how to swim for fun. And then after I learned how to swim, yes, within a day, they are very good teachers. They do a competitions like who can hold their breath in the water the longest. They found out I can just, at first they are just worried I'm just fine. They found out I can hold my breath for 3 minutes inside the water, I'm still fine. because I already trained myself to be able to hold my breath for a very long time doing some stuff. Like he doesn't clean his room, and like smoke actually have like those kind of gunk and like you know like oily makes stuff like oily, so the floor is just sticky. So sometimes like I don't want my moms to just go in. She have a backpack, so like she can't like always clean the room. So I'll just like go to his room and then like mop the floor, those kind of things. So yeah, it smells so bad. I usually just like hold my breath. And imagine like try to mop the floor holding your breath. So I eventually developed like a very good set of lung. just from holding my breath lots of times. So this is like part of the way that I don't like using my I don't like using I just don't like smoke because of that. To be honest, I live in city areas. I see a lot of smokes in many places, and I just don't like it, And I'll be like, nah. I just smoke is overrated. I don't need smoke. Smoke is stupid. I already inhaled too many smoke from cars, secondhand smoke from smokers, like all those kind of things, and I'll be like, fuck this. I'm just not going to touch smokes in my entire life. And then as for corn stuff, it's very hilarious. Back in the days, okay, the posing, you need to find like a guy that pose for you, and then you have to draw, and then also going around the world taking pictures for references and that kind of things. Like it's expensive, okay? How do you find a place that people doing a lot of different poses in impossible angle? Scared to watch corn. So back in the days, actually, I do a lot of like gesture drawing and stuff. I didn't know a lot of like gesture drawing, a free gesture drawing site. Like back in the days, it does exist, but it's really rare, and most of them is like paid service, so you can't really find it. So the free one you can find it easily is actually just go to CCon. So you can kind of like see a lot of like different posts for you kind of like to draw in full naked body. It's much more easier that way. So in a way, I become a bit desensitized on this kind of stuff because I approaching it in a very, very different way. Okay. And the way I view things a little bit much more differently. So because of that, I consider like the saint of my group, or sometimes they question my sexuality. It's like, are you gay? And I'll be like, no, I'm not gay. I like girls. I see boob, I cheers. I see cosplayer, I cheers. Okay. I still like girls, okay? But but here's the thing, I kind of like treat everyone the same way. It's kind of like my personal philosophy that, even your girls or guys or anyone, even kids, you kind of sort of realize, even when I talk to kids, I still curse a lot. I try my best not to, but still, generally, I will still do it. It's just basically I treat everyone the same. I don't give a shit like which gender you are, which race you are. Maybe like the way I do is a little bit rude to people. That means it's good. I am just equally an asshole to everyone. I treat people like people. Sensible people. That is how that's just how I normally interact with people. I guess most of my friends hanging out with me just because of that. And then sometimes like due to that, like in the internet, I do have a few like kind of like questionable kind of like company back in the days, and You know, a lot of people do ask me, why are you friends with that asshole? And then I'll be like, well, he's not asshole to me. That's the thing. If he's asshole to me, then the friendship's broken. If he's not asshole to me, then yeah, when he talk about like the asshole shit he does, I will scold him actually. Either scold him or say that you shouldn't do that, this and that other stuff. At least the best thing I can do is just trying to be friends with something like that, and then it's a growing process. Because okay, I believe in everyone. It's like especially people who just being rude to people. Is just their life. They live their life as that is, and then that is like few things like entertainment for them. This is like how they actually do things, and stick with them, believe in them. This is a growing process. They can just become better persons, and they eventually will see that, and then they will eventually will do more better stuff from the stuff that I talk to them. A lot of my friends like become like a much more better persons. It's they are the one who told me that. It's not like I glazing myself, okay? A lot of my friends like become a better person just being friends with me. This is what they told me. And there's like one friend is basically is in real life friends. He is a gambling addict. Around the time he occurred a lot of gambling debt. Okay. And he back then I was like a little bit rich from like doing a lot of photography. So I don't use a lot of money. So I have a lot of money saved up. And he called me a lot of times that every single time like he have got into some pickle. He needs money. But he will lie in the most funniest way that I know that he's lying. So, but I will still give him money. And as time passed, he know that I know he's lying, and then he still take money from it. And most of the case he can't pay back, I still do that because I'm just a good friend. I know he's not that kind of person. Okay. Most of the case he can like get back. He's a very responsible person, despite being a gambling addict. So as time passed, you know, we still being friends, sit around, having a drink, tea, not even beer. I sometimes like invite friends come to my house because my dad have a lot of like set of like different kind of tea, like Chinese like specialty kind of things, and then I also like to do those kind of like Chinese tea like not therapy sessions. It's more like like therapeutical like Chinese tea making sessions. So I often like invite my friends to drink together and I brew tea for them, those kind of things. And then we just sit there and just chat a lot, like heart to heart, like face to face, heart to heart chat, like those kind of stuff. He actually moved away from his like family, just from don't want to get shit on. And yeah, like I said, like he's come from a divorced family. I said like, yeah, the closest one to you is like your mom's side. Even though you did some like stupid shit, family is still family, If you go back, say sorry, those kind of lots of things, like you can get your feet back up, And yeah, I can clearly see like he's being very alone just because of that. And then like times passed. He'd be like, you know what? I managed to like convince him to like just go back to his family and stuff. And his life like changed over just because of that. And right now I'm his like kid's godfather. Okay, he's starting to reset his life, doing like a lots of good jobs and stuff, doing overseas works, and then have a good life now, and have a wife, have kids, all those kind of things. And yeah. It's really depends. Like the me from back then and the me from now is clearly have a little bit difference the way I treat people, but still that personal philosophy of me still stands. All I can do is just hope no people take advantage of that side of me, because I will still choose to believe people, even they lie to me, because I want to believe the benefit, the good side of people. I know that evil people exist. Okay, I've been betrayed before, and yeah, like I said again, because of that experience, the way I treat people is slightly different now. It's with a little bit more cautious, but still, I'm still me. It's just with a little bit guard up. Just that. And again, hydrate a little bit. I might actually have to like move my like YouTube channel to the different one, because I kind of like late to stream on that side of schedule for a very long time. But yeah. That's a lots of things that I can talk about, those kind of stuff. It's like, the story about like the kids cry wolf. If there's like no people who decided to always believe him, knowing that he's lying, when actual stuff happened to them, is going to, not going to be great for him. It's a growing process, and beside that, it's like a kid, the boys who cried wolf, not like a guy who cries wolf. If like a grown ass adult to do that, you know that guy is just trolling you for fun, and you just he can take care of himself. If he got into shit, those kind of stuff. But if you know it's a kid doing that, yeah, benefit of the doubt that it's a growing process for them. Believe in people potential of being a kind persons. You know that guy. I believe that guy is because I know him. And there are people that beyond help that you shouldn't. Yes, I'm a kind person, but I'm also a very stern person too. There are people who should be giving a chance of. There are people who shouldn't, because you already gave him a chance. They didn't notice, and then yeah, you just have to cut off them. That's just like normally how I function as a human most of the time. Let me... Okay, I'll be moving to the other stream, so you guys like hop into the other one. I'll be back. Over there. And in my vertical, I will be changing the hangout time to commission time. Yeah, most of my voice got recovered. I can keep using this voice, I guess. Hold on a little bit. Let me go to the toilet. I'll go to the toilet a little bit, Drank a little bit too much water, but you guys should hydrate too, I'll be back. I'll be back soon. And also, like, my vertical scene, I haven't, like, changed this thing. Be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Now my voice is actually starting to become much more clearer as time passed. Like I say again, like I rarely use my deeper voice, so like I'm not really used to it most of the time because again, like my family don't really like me to like use that voice because like they always think like I'm trying to make my voice sexy for no reasons. This is just how it normally sounds, okay? But they have been like watching me grow up, so they have been hearing this voice for a very long time. So like they kind of like, this is your voice now. If you do anything other things to change it, like you are pretending to be another person's. So yeah, like I kind of like I'll just keep using that voice in front of them, just because of that. Also, hi there, mute. All right, hold on a little bit. Let me do way more setting than I think I should. Okay, the vertical view. No. It's our commission time. You should just go to sleep. I don't have much things to do, much things to talk when I do drawing stream, so I can kind of like focus on the drawing side. So I won't be talking as much, so you can just like go to sleep today because I'm gonna focus on drawing. So have a nice night for you. Don't worry about me like doesn't have any audience. It's fine. When I do drawing stream, it's just me recording my work, so nobody can like accuse that I steal art or any shit like that. Why is? All right, this is stupid. Like, I think I accidentally did something wrong here. Why is my vertical stream like that? It's not supposed to look like that. Oh. Yeah, my vertical stream have like some bugs going on there. Fixing it. No, I don't do 24-hour streams. I sleep when I want to sleep. I wake up when I want to wake up. I do my work when I want to do my work. It's just that. Lived a carefree life, but to be honest, it's kind of like not the greatest model to live for.
Hello there.
Yes, it's working now. Because my things only detect the latest stream, so once I like switch, it will start working. Sorry. My brain is now buffering, thinking like how to draw this thing. I'll go 1.
Night, Mr. Man.
Alright, good night. A1, AB1. File object. Layer mask, roof frame. Convert layers. Insert into layers. Spartan. 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 And yeah, most of my layering is like kind of working. If you guys can't see, I'm doing lots of like layering stuff in here because it's going to be animation, so I have to like layer it up, like which is like the numbering, alphabet, those kind of things, A, B, C. Because I'm using Spartan, so there will be like AA, BB, CC, DD, EE, AF, GG, like AB, AC, AD, lots of things like that. AA sketch, AB1 sketch, B1A, BA1, BA2, BC, BB2, sketch, and sketch, Gonna move all you to here, and then move this one in the middle. Sketch. Then move C1 here. C1 don't need lots of things. It's just a actual animation for C1. It's T1, Spartan Tucker 1. Alright, I forgot. I need to like play some music while you guys like have some fun with it. Alright. Since that. Noise stream. Oh yeah, I have to mute the YouTube so I can watch some YouTube video while I'm working on it. How fuck is Johnny Smalley? Answer is very.
Hello there, is it I? Claudio, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type stuff to make me talk.
Hold on a bit, I'll be back. Go to the toilet. Anyone see it? If you guys haven't seen anyone, just shout out. And I'm back. Ah. Oh no. Motherfucker. They shouldn't do.
Hello there, is it I? Klaniel, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type stuff to make me talk. It must steal your door. D. You are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, gosh dang. Window having like a lot of like things like going on there. Right now, it kind of like messing with my mic and stuff. But another thing is like, sorry I didn't like see your chat for a while because like Twitch and basically sometimes there's some bug with like the streamer.bot. Like I'm using like the nutty versions to kind of like get like the chat from Twitch to get like the multi-chat stuff, but sometimes it just doesn't work for some reasons. Okay, I'll log in and log out again. Let me try it. But okay, now it's working. Well, again, like, hello there, my name is Kiribaku, and I'm your host and your voice here is to entertain you and may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Like, currently, I'm just doing a little bit of drawing, a little bit of animations. But first is a low-budget animations. So, this low-budget animations is basically, I draw most of the thing in one frame. The only thing I have a lot of frame is this taco. The leg will kind of like swing, and then when it's a reactive, so like there's like a talk state and a silent state, and then the eyes also kind of like having blink and stuff, and then the cape is moving. This is why there's a different color on many things. It's just generally basically like that. It's a animated reactive. But what I'm going to do is like a very low budget way of making it. Let me try to bring up some of my latest work. Yes. Something like this. So the tail you can see is animated. There will be some certain aspect is animated. And then you can see like there's some certain stuff is animated, some certain stuff is very still. So basically I'm trying to do a lot of like you know, very still kind of like tweening animations, but I will kind of like pan them, move them a little bit, make it like animated. It's not really expensive, the art commission, so like I kind of like do something like this just to like increase the utility used and like, you know, the things that I can do. Yeah, I was a little bit distracted while drawing sometimes, and also like I got distracted by gosh dang internet. Have you seen like the very funny thing about like Asian people don't use hand to eat? And I'll be like, the fuck? And then from Asian people don't use hand to eat to be like Chinese, Japanese, or Korean don't use hand to eat. I'll be like, what the fuck? Like they constantly like change the message because people keep shitting on them. So they keep fine-tuning the Asian people to use their hand to eat. And then finally, we end up in a state that is like people list down all the food that Chinese, Japanese, and like Korean that use hand to eat. And then they'd be like, then there's a layer of like lettuce in between. There's like a layer of like seaweed in between. So it doesn't count. Like the main point is they put it up on the, you know, like the funniest thing is like they put like specific race up on a pedestal and claim that they are the superior one just because they you know, just because like they how should I even say it, mainly just because like they think they don't eat with their hand, and then they are the superior among them, and then they got shit on like being prick for no reasons. Seriously, like this conversation is very stupid. It's beyond stupid in some point. It's just that some people want to feel superior to other race, so they decided to claim like one thing they have, and then they are the superior one. In fact, they aren't. And then the fact they keep laughing and changing like the story about it is so hilariously funny. I can't help but to comment on something just to like, you know, make them like much more angrier that way. It's like they keep laughing on like the point like smaller and smaller. Basically, they more and more hyper fixated on that small tiny ass point, you know, just to save face that they are not wrong. It is I'm not as troll as I used to be back in the days, but you know, I'm just like used to like do something really funny. Just like the fact I do that. Funny emote you have there. Either way, there's like a lot of stuff that we can like do and have fun with. Just in the internet sometimes you can see like something like really ridiculously stupid. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, I might actually have to do something separately for the helmet and the eye, so I need to do some layering setup. Okay, the helmet line, I need to do a little bit of cleanup. I need to do like the face in like the entirety differently. Might take some time for me to kind of fix this. Sorry that I kind of like will ignore the chat for a bit. But if you guys want to learn how to do drawing and stuff, you can ask me on some certain aspect. If I can help, I'll try to. press like 2 layer, then I'll be like, it's kind of fine. We'll get mixed in at the end. Continue doing some edit. Okay. But yeah, like I say, like if you guys want to learn something from the drawing side, you can let me know. I will try my best to teach you guys. But I'm not really the best teachers, but I'll try to at least like help you guys on some certain aspect that you guys kind of like don't know about. Let me remove this, and I'm just changing the color a little bit so it doesn't go like full black. Yeah, now you can kind of see like there's a big difference between the black, this black and that black. So yeah, when it comes to drawing art and stuff, just remember like nothing is full black actually. It depends like on how you are going to represent the thing it's going to be look like. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff is not really exactly full black. You just have to think about that when you kind of make all this kind of stuff. Okay. My neck is very tired at the moment. I'll be continuing looking at like the internet, watching YouTube video while drawing again.
Hello there, is it I? Claudio, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type stuff to make me talk. Hello there, is it I? Klaniel, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type stuff to make me talk.
It's boring, you guys. is Hi there, Doug Lucius. Bye-bye now. I will, Lucius. I drank so much water. Actually, I was about to just go to toilet again. Sometimes I stop drawing. Is because like I get bored time to time if I just like solely just focus on drawing. So like sometimes I look at like Twitter have like this like very big stupid things going on there. I'm not even kidding about the stupidity of it. It's actually really stupid. It's like, I think you guys might seen it. Like the Asian don't use hand to eat, only specific one do. See, Chinese and Japanese and also like this, that, we don't use. We use spoon. We are the superior Asian. And then like, because they say that, like act all high and mighty, lots of people just like list down all the food that use hand to eat. They have. Like the problem is not about using hand to eat or not at that point. The problem is those guys just being pricked for no reasons. Seriously, like, why suddenly have to very emphasize on the part that you are like a special kind of persons because you don't use your hand to eat. Yeah, maybe like on your personal, you don't use your hand to eat, but you try not to represent the entire culture itself and say like, yeah, my culture is superior because of that. And while in reality, like you know way less of a culture than you, and everything, and just like it's just going to turn yourself into a clown, okay? Just going to turn yourself into a clown, and people getting clowned up. People will clown him because of that, and I also clown them because of that. And then obviously there will be a lot of people. I immediately list down, like I didn't even know a lot of people use those as a point. I just immediately list down the food that I know because I ate them before. So they all use the hand to eat. And there's a lot of people lapping around that there's like seaweed kind of like in between them. There's like lettuce in between them. There's like this in between them, and that's that between them. You know one thing that is like, do you know atom actually don't touch? Because every single piece of atom is actually surrounded by electron, and negative repulse with each other. So essentially, you just never touch a person in your entire life, even that you do. They essentially are lapping the same ass point, okay? The fact that it's like they gone like from, ew, he used hand to eat food, to, well, only those like specific food to eat food with hand. We don't use specific food to eat hand because we are superior. And then to, well, that's like a lettuce in between. Now kind of like, if I frame it this way right now, do you see how stupid it is? Twitter for you. Sometimes it is an entertainment from seeing the stupidity of people. But for me, it's an entertaining stuff. I know not a lot of people like those kind of things, but at time pass, like you kind of like see how people being stupid is strangely entertaining, of them clowning themselves like that. And sometimes seeing people like lapping on like some very like minor point, it's like watching children trying to say nah. And sometimes I add on a few words for them to kind of like refuel them. I know why. Here's the thing, like, some people might not see me like this. I used to be a troll too. I'm not a actual troll now, but more like, you know, I want people to know like how stupid some of the things is actually. And if they don't see it that way, they will just keep clowning on themselves at that point. Like, I know there are bad troll that just like troll people on purpose just to make them mad. For me, I'm not really making them mad. I really want them to realize that how pointless it is sometimes. There's some things is actually really pointless, and then they are fighting on a ground that is, it's like, you know, sometimes like you fight so long you kind of like forgot the plot of the war. That's the thing. And then let you guys marinate on the thing I just said. I'll just go to the toilet. Be back soon. Ta-ta. And I'm back. Right, let's see what kind of like YouTube video I can watch while, you know, lots of things. Where's my YouTube window? Clicking here and there kind of like moved it away or something. Let me try to find it. Oh, it's here. Ooh, how fuck is Johnny smiling? Let's take a look at that. Yeah. You know what? If you guys want to like watch it too, hold on a little bit. Let me have this thing. Turn off my Spotify. And switch to Draw and React channel. Oh, not this. Oh, not this. I'm bad at this. Hold on. Yee.
It was extremely obvious. He just kept lying in court. The judge just humiliated Johnny Somali in court after it was extremely obvious he just kept lying in court and thus committed perjury. And this is just an insane update revolving the whole Johnny Somali criminal trial. But this court hearing that we're talking about today is actually a completely separate trial than the main one that we've been covering for roughly a year now. All right, so we now are about to walk into the Johnny Somali case. Most people don't know about this, but we were lucky enough to get the information.
Oh, by the way, this particular court session for Johnny Somali, he actually got the rarest fucking win in the entire. Imagine like you are losing a lot, you manage to land a punch. Your face is already looking like a fucking beehive. Like you just smash your face into the beehive, but he somehow to land a punch. He somehow managed to land a punch. Measly little punch, but it does knock off like 7 years from his like sentencing. Yes, 7 years. Because like here's the thing, like there's like 2 AI case that he have. So by maximum, you know, like deepfake like AI stuff like he have. So at that point, he have just by default of like the guarantee sentencing of like using deepfake have 7 years in there. I forgot it's 8 years, 7 years. I think it's 7 years. So 7 years in prisons. And when he he actually like decided to sue one of the deepfake guy because like remember like that situations that Korean have like big like military like thingy like going on there, military control, this and that other stuff. Actually, sadly, one of the guy that that is like hold up to the ground that he used deepfake, like one of the cases, he's in jail right now because around that time he decided to throw a brick into the you know, like the Parliament House to break the window to force like to let like the parliament member like get into the parliament room to kind of lift the martial law. So because he did that, he threw a break. He's in jail right now because of that. Yeah, at the end, he still like, you know, destroyed like property of the thingy. So like also, he spent a lot of time tracking him down. He's like one part of the group that tracking him down and then like punch the shit out of him as much as possible. So because of that, like he have no choice but to drop the AI deepfake charge. Because of that. So he got like that one really, really rare win for Johnny Somali. Which I fucking hated.
Information from one of the other Korean streamers who essentially was indicted, and now a bunch of them have to testify, including Johnny Somali. So this will be interesting to see what happens. Up until now, nobody knew about this new trial except for the internal circle of the Korean streamers involved. And this is because Johnny pressed charges on another Korean streamer. And the reason Johnny did so was because Johnny showed the deepfake first, and then Youngman found out there was a deepfake of him making out with Hank, Johnny's friend. And obviously he was very upset about it, so he then showed the clip on his stream while he was venting about how he felt like this was disgusting, that this was done without his permission. But that turned out to be a massive mistake for Youngman to do so. And Youngman, he has a good lawyer and a good strategy. But he's currently in prison, and he's coming as a defendant because Johnny filed this charge against Youngman to essentially lower his own sentence because he wants Youngman to drop the charge against him. The goal here is to essentially get some sort of legal settlement. What he's missing though is South Korea really wants you to apologize formally, and Youngman has formally apologized to the courts 5 different times by handwritten letters from jail, and Johnny so far hasn't apologized a single time. And the worst part is, Johnny has pleaded not guilty for doing
the exact same thing that he's pressing charges against Youngman for doing. Because remember, his whole defense in the last court date I covered was, I didn't make them. I may have just distributed them. We know for a fact that Youngman did not make these. All he did was show it on his stream. So he just distributed them. He didn't make them. So make it make sense. This is just extremely hypocritical. And I really don't think that's going to help his current criminal trial. But once we arrived at court, we found out that Johnny is pressing charges against Youngman for a whole plethora of things, not just the deepfakes. So obviously, deepfakes, we expected that, but the new ones were stalking, which is okay, and assaulting him with a baton.
So this one started with the deepfake, and then they added the baton in like May, and then added stalking in August.
Who's the first witness?
Hank's the first witness. So Hank is the first witness.
Hank's the first one. Hank, you, Ramsey Clean, Ismail,
Yeah.
and Big TV.
Okay,
We're gonna hear
those
from
three guys. Very interesting.
So
Hank's supposed to be the testifier, and Youngman is standing
On the stand.
Yeah, on the stand.
These are more serious charges against Youngman.
Yeah.
Second, third, fourth offense. Of course, he documented everything. He live streamed
Yeah.
everything. It's still there for you to go and see.
Youngman did
Yeah.
say he
So-
hit Ramsey with the baton.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Silence your phones.
Crazy. Which is extremely rich coming from Johnny, because he was the one who showed the deepfakes first while bragging about it. He was the one who live streamed himself stalking the female streamer Nanati. And of course, Twiddledee and Twiddledum here were the ones who brought the baton to the fight.
That's a baton. Youngman picked my baton up and chased me.
So, on October 22nd, the people who testified were Hank Yu, which is, Johnny's only friend here in Korea, Johnny Somali, or Ramsey Ismail, and Bang TV. Quick lore dump. Bang TV is a Korean IRL streamer who is one of 4 people involved with trying to stop Johnny from harassing the citizens of South Korea for content. This South Korean streamer clique consisted of Dagun, who infamously punched Johnny, Youngman, who is the man involved in the trial right now, but also is currently in prison for throwing cinder blocks through the courthouse windows while Seoul was under martial law on December 3rd, 2024. Clearly that wasn't a great idea. And then you have 2 other streamers by the name of J Company and Bang TV who are currently not wrapped up in any legal trouble. But Bang TV was called as a witness today as he witnessed what happened revolving the alleged baton incident. So we got to court, went into the courtroom, and I was getting ready to make a little sketch, and then we found out that Hank and Johnny, they felt humiliated about the deepfakes, and they requested privacy for their testimony. They can do this because on this specific trial day, they are the victims.
Oh, we found out that they're in what, protection?
Yeah, they're
witness protection.
Yeah.
Because Youngman is so scary.
Yeah, basically they want to, for the safety and like the security of the witnesses, they're sequestering everybody. So they're keeping them separate. So it's also a good thing because they're going to keep them separate for us.
Yeah.
So we'll just watch the show. So.
Interesting. So we just found out that Johnny's actually getting 60,000 won to testify here. So now the guy actually has an income. 60,000 won is roughly, what is it, like 40 bucks, 50 bucks?
40, 45.
I would exchange
All right.
right now. Then spend it all at once.
You have to pick. He probably paid to Hank right away.
No,
Right.
it goes to the Soju fund.
Straight to the Soju fund? Awful.
I think on the last trial, everybody came, so I think they try to make it private.
Because
How many
Johnny
people
is
did
the
came?
victim, and therefore the victim can ask, I don't want this to
How many
be
people
open
came to
because
the
it's so
trial?
embarrassing to me, even though he's the one that put it on camera. So that's the situation.
You a clout chaser for who?
Cloud chaser for who? What do you mean?
Free Israel. Support the IDF.
That's all?
You're an anti-Semite. I'm a Jew, and you are being anti-Semitic. You are a Nazi.
So we then had to leave the room, but that was fine because thankfully we were still able to find out exactly what was said regardless. Here's the TLDR of Johnny's testimony from our legal connections. They said, in quote, "It was so bad it could have been possible to acquit. He lied countless times. Repeatedly said that he didn't know /
Hello there.
didn't
Is it
remember
I,
to things that he
Claudia,
clearly /
The
probably
studio mascot
knows.
here
He avoided questions
wants
about
to
having
chat with
distributed
Kiri,
on
but he is
YouTube
too
before
focused on his
Youngmon,
work or
in
game.
quotes saying,
You
police
can use
already verified I
exclamation
didn't
mark
make
S
it.
space
And then
and
he
type
fell back
stuff
on
to
the
make me
whole
talk.
I didn't make it excuse over and over again. Because for some reason, he really thinks that production versus distribution is still relevant here. He then says that in November, Youngmon made false accusations against Johnny. This is why he apparently filed the charge, which also admits transactional nature here. He also falsely claims that Youngmon distributed first. He then lied to his lawyer on March 27th, said that both Youngmon and Bongbong distributed first. And then he claimed that Youngmon leaked his address, but also claimed he didn't know his own address, so he couldn't even confirm that he knew his own address to know that his address was leaked to begin with. Like, the whole situation was apparently just awful. Then to make things even worse for him, he couldn't remember the important details of the assault. And then he says he doesn't remember who brought the baton. That would be because it's very clear that Hank brought it. Then he also said, in quote, the whole thing was so traumatic that I don't remember, and then says it was the scariest day of his life when Youngmon found him. He also says that Gino was the only witness of the assault, and then tried to submit video evidence on the spot, which is improper procedure, because this should have been submitted to a prosecutor a long time ago. All evidence needs to be submitted up front. And then he admitted that he said, come find me on both October 28th and October 30th, essentially inviting the Korean streamers to go find him. And then finally, he said he filed charges against 1 or 2 other people and mentioned Dagon, but not Bongbong. So that's kind of interesting, because why would he say 1 or 2? Because we know he filed them against Dagon, but maybe the ones he tried to file against Bongbong were not successful. Who knows though? We're gonna find out in a few days. And then to make things even worse for Johnny, the judge apparently told him multiple times that his story just didn't add up, and then kept asking questions Johnny didn't want to answer, because that would just make things worse for him. So obviously that was a massive train wreck. But here's the notes from Hank's testimony. So Hank says he didn't know who Youngmon is, but accused him of creating deepfakes. He then also asked the judge why it took a month for him to sue, and then told the judge that the Korean law isn't fair to Johnny, so he doesn't trust the Korean criminal system, and thus thinks the case is not serious. Because obviously that's extremely relevant information when you're testifying. Like, dude, nobody cares what you think about Korean law. You're here to testify about this case. Get on with it. He also didn't give a straight answer when it came to the production of the deepfakes, and then stated that he had a desire to reach a settlement and essentially wants money, which, you know, makes sense because it's not like Johnny is a cheap person to be harboring. And then he admits that he's only in this case because of Johnny, and then said, in quote, if Ramsey doesn't want to press charges, then I don't want to either. So that's interesting. You know, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, they did their thing, and it actually seems like it kind of worked out for them in the short term, because they also kind of kneecap themselves by doing this. But then they called Bang TV to the stand, and here he says that Youngmon showed the deepfake to explain to viewers the crime committed against him. He then confirms that Johnny attempted to flee to the US after he was attacked. And then on October 28th, he challenged YouTubers to come find him, which obviously mitigates the accusation of stalking. And then he told the court why this group of streamers were actually tracking down Johnny, because Johnny was harassing elderly, the Statue of Peace, he was trashing Korea, and he was treating Koreans like animals. He then explained that he never saw Youngmon hit Johnny with a baton and saw no injury to Johnny. And when it comes to the deepfakes, he thinks that Johnny produced them, but knows for a fact that Johnny distributed them first. And our legal connections believe that the case against Youngmon was crumbling, because the deepfake had circumstances similar to Bongbong. Because Johnny seemed very malicious by showing the deepfakes. Both Bongbong and Youngmon were like, what is this? This is awful. Why is this a thing? Then for the stalking, Johnny said, come find me, which is a massive contradiction when, you know, he's claiming he's being stalked. And then for the assault, Johnny couldn't remember details. He failed to properly submit video evidence, and then they were the ones who brought the baton. So overall, it's an extremely weak case. But then the court called Johnny and Hank back to reach a settlement, because Johnny wants mutual withdrawal of charges, and Hank then backs down from demanding money. And Johnny says that he's willing to put this all behind us. And this is where they ended up settling this case, which ended up being a win for both parties in this particular trial. I even have the translated text of the initial settlement here, where the agreement says, all their names, do not wish to pursue punishment for all criminal cases that have occurred between them. Obviously, this must be formalized to go into effect, but there's nothing really stopping this to do so. And we heard one legal opinion that Hank and Youngmon will still have to testify next week, but the odds of that happening are probably going to be pretty low. This is because in the last trial, he ended up pleading guilty when it came to the Lotto World incident, and then they ended up canceling the witness they had from Lotto World that was going to testify against him. But as of right now, Johnny is facing 2 deepfake charges, which are heavy-hitting charges. charges, carrying a max of 7 years in prison for each charge. But with one of them being dropped, that's definitely a big win for him. But in doing so, though, he did commit perjury. So that could be a very nasty trade-off for him, which can heavily backfire, because now he's openly shown that he will happily lie to a judge. For Youngman, though, it absolutely does not make sense to risk fighting this case, because he's already in prison. And all of those charges that Johnny tacked onto him could easily add a decade if he was actually convicted for all of this. And let's be real, risking a decade in prison to stick it to Johnny is absolutely not worth it. So trading 3 charges for 1 is definitely a big win for Youngman. But as of now, we don't know of Bongbong having any deepfake charges pressed against her. So for now, Johnny doesn't have the same leverage against Bongbong as he did on Youngman. So my understanding is he's facing a max sentence of 12 years due to the cap based on these charges. Even after removing 1 deepfake charge, he's still facing a max sentence of 12 years, although his minimum sentence has definitely been reduced now. But this just made this court case way more interesting, because now, I guess Johnny finally locked in. Essentially, Johnny is playing a soccer match, and he's losing 7-0, and he finally scored a goal. So he did the lean forward and locked in mode, and now he definitely has a long uphill battle to see if he can get some freedom here. But I am definitely looking forward to seeing Bongbong testifying in the next couple of days. But since I was kicked out of this courtroom, I wasn't able to make a court sketch. And last time I made one, I was kind of blown out of the water by how many of you guys actually wanted my sketch, as it was bid up to like $500 on eBay. I literally thought it was going to go for like 20 bucks because that's what I said in my last video. But if you want my original court sketch that started all of this from the original trial of Johnny, which was never... Time I was like, oh, you can get it for $20. Now you can actually get it for 20 bucks. At the top of the link in the description down below.
Lil Tay just announced that she's kidnapped. So yet again, it's the girl who cried wolf for the 1500th time at this point. I mean, every single year at this point, there's just something new and crazy and bizarre that happens to her, which all is just one massive attention ploy. The fact that they go to the lengths of like faking her own death and all of this other stuff. And every time they do something like this, it just puts even more holes into their previous stories, because we have no idea what's true at this point. She was in the hospital with serious conditions. She faked her death. Like, there's just so many things. The whole saga with her father. Everything about this woman is just like a series of lies to just gain attention. And at this point, it's starting to get pathetic. But I guess that is what happens when you build an entire career off of lies. Like, you know, she went viral back when she was she claiming she was 9 or 13 or something like that? Like, she was very young.
Only 9 years old. This little Tay, and I'm richer than all y'all broke Jigglypuff looking.
And she essentially, you know, ran around with her mom, and her mom was a luxury real estate agent in Vancouver. And you had this daughter who was flexing the apartments that her mom was supposed to be selling and having open houses in.
She is well-mannered, but that's not what comes across on the internet.
People think it's like funny, I guess, because I'm 9 years old and I've accomplished so much. And now we be living in the hills. See that view? Y'all don't have that view. And I be holding your mama's ring.
The consequences for Lil Tay's mom a lot more immediate. With the writing on the wall, she resigned from her job.
She called and she said, I'm quitting.
And obviously, that was really early for, I guess, influencer antics getting some repercussions. So that went incredibly viral back then. And I guess you could easily just put her lies on a scale from her saying that she dropped out of Harvard at like 11 or 12 to faking her own death, because obviously that's a lot worse.
I'm a Harvard dropout.
What city is Harvard in?
I kind of forgot because I haven't been there in a long time.
Which is just like, come on, why are we doing this now? I guess like it's probably just to promote her OF. So this is Lil Tay's best friend. She's been abducted by a photographer who tried to hijack her accounts this morning and manipulate her into meeting with him. She's in a serious danger, and I don't know how much longer I'll have to access this account. Please follow Rescue Lil Tay. I'll be posting everything there. Here you see like an Instagram password has been changed, and then an email for Lil Tay was updated to something at gmail.com on the 15th of October in Pennsylvania. They are trying to silence me. Follow Rescue Lil Tay. This is a similar stat because they did this exact same stuff when her father allegedly took custody of her and she went missing for a few years.
Why I've been gone. 5 years ago, I became famous, and my abusive absentee father, who had not been in my life for years up till that point, decided to come back into my life to take control over my career and my money. That's why I disappeared. He started a court case to silence me so I could not speak on what was happening and so he could take control over my money.
Again, who knows if this is true or not? Everything just does not make sense with her. But obviously a lot has happened to Lil Tay since she originally blew up on the internet, became the youngest flexer ever, got her mother fired, then she moved from Toronto down to LA. She lived this whole like influencer lifestyle because her and her family ended up living with a few different Instagram influencers. They were meeting up with rappers. You had that incident where she posted a picture of her smoking, which obviously was awful.
You already know what it is. Lil Tay, the youngest flexer of the century. I'm only 9 years old, but I'm richer than all y'all broke haters.
And a lot of people were assuming that the father managed to use that to get custody of her again. Honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't think anyone really knows what happened there, but she did end up going missing. So at least from the official story from them, she ended up living with her father and I guess her stepmother for a few years. And this is where the whole like Save Lil Tay account started, where everyone was like trying to rescue Lil Tay and bring her back to her mother and her brother. And I want to assume that a lot of these like Rescue Lil Tay accounts were ran by her brother, Jason Tian, who essentially has made a career off of indirectly pimping his sister, going from having her say derogatory stuff on camera when she was really young.
This is why all y'all fucking haters hate me. This cost me $200,000. I'm only 9 years old. I ain't got no license, but I still drive this sports car.
To having her take pictures with a bunch of rappers and have her smoke for a picture.
Oh, that's dope. That's how you gotta turn around if you unexpectedly hear, "Hey, Lil Tay!"
Just all the stuff that you really should not be doing as a brother. And then eventually this led her into making a few music videos, which, hey, that was a step in the right direction. And then suddenly now she's making an OF. And I'm assuming that her brother is managing that as well. Now, I'm operating with very limited information here, but from what I know, a lot of the people that have worked with Lil Tay kind of have to go through her brother to get to Lil Tay. Now, obviously, this could be completely different now that she's an adult. Who knows? But the official narrative, as of right now, is the fact that she is missing. So I guess we'll just see what happens because, you know, last time she was hacked, they faked her death, and then suddenly she came back a few days later and she was like, oh, I was hacked. That wasn't us. We didn't do that. So we're kind of waiting for that to happen again. They've already removed the stories from her account that she's missing. Should have just gone to the police for this, but I guess we have a viral influencer who is now faking their kidnapping to, I guess, promote an OF link, which is pretty pathetic at this point. So, you know, after faking your death, that's not enough. Now you gotta fake a kidnapping.
And we have an update to the story since I recorded the last segment. Obviously, anyone with a brain would file a police report for a missing person before going to Instagram, unless it was just an attention ploy, and obviously what followed pretty much proves so. Because now Lil Tay has miraculously reappeared. And how did she do so? Well, she did so in an Instagram post that reads, Lil Tay has returned safely. Updates soon. I'm her assistant and I was told to notify everyone and lighten the mood. Here's 80% off of her spicy link, giving you guys a special discount. Alright, yeah, there's nothing like returning from allegedly being trafficked with giving a discount to an OF link. 2025. Welcome, this year sure is cooked, but unfortunately you have some bottom of the barrel marketing when it comes to women who do OF. Like, you have this woman who for some reason keeps using her underage brother to promote hers, which is just straight up disgusting and pathetic.
So how does it feel to have a sister that has an OF? My friends always ask me if it's pink, but I don't really know what they mean by that. Do you know? Jesus Christ. Click the link in my bio. Do you think I'm a good sister?
No.
Bro, why?
You're my sister. You're mean to me. Your career isn't only. You can't be talking. You're selling pictures.
But faking a kidnapping to promote an OF link might be a new low. But honestly, at this point, I'm not even putting anything past this family anymore, because they have learned that faking serious things like this gets them the attention they desperately want. Problem is, how many times will they be able to cry wolf before everyone stops caring? Because at this point, I feel like Lil Tay and her family have destroyed any trust that people had left for them. And honestly, it's just kind of sad at this point. But hey, congratulations on making all that money and stuff, even though that she's absolutely faking how much she's actually making, because that as well is a marketing tactic for headlines. But other than that, feel free to subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Man, I'm tired. Why? This is weird. Okay.
For some reason, there was a lot of unneeded hate and death threats sent towards him, which is honestly insane, which obviously caused him a lot of grief at the time.
Content creator Joe Cat has taken an indefinite break from making videos.
If you took the time to read this, thank you. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Thank you for watching my videos.
What is wrong with this video? People got mad about this video?
We're riding on the internet, cyberspace, sex-free, hello virtual reality, interactive appetite.
So over my many years of experience on the internet, I've learned something. That being on said internet, quite often or not, you're going to be exposed to things regularly without your consent that you don't necessarily like. No, I'm not talking about things like Omegle at its peak at 3 AM, seeing copious amounts of uncircumcised members, and I'm not talking about seeing the absolute darkness of the internet like the Pain Olympics. Just hearing about the rumours surrounding that was enough to produce a face of grimacing disgust. You also previously had LiveLeak, but in the modern day that's been replaced by Instagram Reels. I saw Subway Surfers gameplay over a violent car accident this morning, I just thought you should know. But no, I'm more talking about no matter where you look, a trend or meme is being forced down your throat and it just gets annoying due to the sheer amount of times you see it. In the past this looked more like the Rickroll, even though it was a good song. The same can be said for most of Fetty Wap's music, like a majority of his music. Or how Skibbity Toilet was solidified in everyone's feeds for at least 2 years, and it even got to the point where it actually influenced our language as a human race, and now I feel like I barely hear about it anymore. And more recently you have the Sora AI trend, where they generate prompts of your favourite streamer doing some heinous shit with a watermark and people will still ask if it's AI. My point is, seeing these types of things on the internet over and over, it gets repetitive, even some can say annoying. But who do I blame? Myself for having a reaction over something on the internet that literally does not affect me whatsoever, and I can simply just walk away from my device? Or the person posting the meme who is just conforming to a trend and putting their unique spin on it if it isn't a repost? Or the person that made the meme and or popularized it? Well, currently on the internet, I think the only option not being utilized is the first one, and around 2021 that could be seen. Because from one popularized video, someone faced a witch hunt and harassment campaign, and due to said things said they might need to step away from content creation indefinitely, all because they wanted to express their love for
Hello
women.
there. Is it I? Claudia. The studio mascot here. Want to chat with
So
Curie,
if you
but he
don't
is
know
too
who
focused
Joe
on
Cat
his
is,
work or
I
game.
wouldn't really
You
blame
can
you.
use exclamation
YouTube
mark
is so
as
big
space
nowadays
and
that
type
you
stuff
don't
to
know
make me
everyone
talk.
with like 1 million subscribers, or people that post outside of the genre of things you're interested in. Whereas in the early days, at least from my experience, you did. But you probably know him more for his work, which we are going to talk about later. I only personally know him because of his work, and because he's associated with people I grew up watching, like Shenpai, especially back in the Overwatch days. God, I miss them. She was also the first streamer I ever donated to, and as she was answering the question that I put in the donation, she got distracted by another donation, and for prepubescent me, that was like a turning point similar to Batman watching his parents die. And I've never donated to a streamer since. It was €1 and it instilled that much in me. This was like 8 years ago. Still watching her content to this day though. But anyway, rambling to the side, Joe Cat. Before his arguably most contested creation, he was already a well-known animator. He started uploading in 2018 and initially garnered popularity due to his early guides on things like Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter related content, where he eventually built himself up to the point where in 2021, he was on the verge of reaching 1 million subscribers, and was uploading things outside of the aforementioned niche, like just general animated videos which got millions of views, along with highlights from his streams and other topics he was interested in like D&D. I've tried playing Dungeons and Dragons multiple times, and the hardest part about it isn't the game or creating characters or setting everything up, it's getting people to stay consistent and actually show up to the sessions. Like most times I've played D&D, the campaign goes in the shit because some people stop turning up. But as I was saying before, Joe Cat already had a huge following around this time, even before the one video that would cause a huge storm for him. But prior to that, he wasn't really involved in any huge dramas or controversies. Not really anything that would warrant the huge backlash he got later on. He was mainly just a guy making videos about the things he was interested in, and mostly had a positive reputation in the majority of the communities he interacted with. But his channel and recognition was about to explode even further than it already was, and it would also create a lot of problems for him. All of this due to one animation, one parody of an already somewhat popular song at the time, and you've probably seen it once or twice either browsing YouTube or any other platform, because it was adopted by many other communities. The animation was based on a song called Boys by Lizzo, and at the time there was already other animations that used this same song and had the same concept like the animation done by Hakim Animations, which was posted 2 years before Joe Cat's video, and to this day sits at 14 million views. But Joe Cat transformed the song and made a parody with his own voice. Instead of being about the many physique types of boys, like in the original song, but Joe Cat took it in a different direction and did the same thing but about females, referencing mostly game characters and VTubers. Yes, Joe Cat was behind the meme and format that a few years ago went seemingly viral and was everywhere. And it went a bit like this.
I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls.
Obviously I can't show you the rest of it because copyright, but I found a clip where he does the thing live and I tried to remove the music.
Not the only one I like, I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the leggy girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest no matter what size. I like a freckled face. I like a wide back. I like the body shapes and the short stacks, from the mild girls to the wild girls. You got styled girls, make them wild girls. Anyway, I just like girls.
Yeah, dude just really liked girls. I wonder if Lizzo's gonna claim this video just because he sang a song like hers. But it's important to note this wasn't the first time Joe Cat showed his musical prestige, and it was seen in a lot of his videos.
You got me bony feet and certified in song. Evocation elements to burn or shock or freeze your friends. Necromancy spares the dying, or you could just resurrect them.
Even the audio for the animation comes from a 2020 stream of Baldur's Gate, nearly a whole year before the animation was even published. And I think one of the reasons he shows his musical talent so much is down to him and a lot of his D&D campaigns being a bard. Not the best class in my opinion. What you're gonna do, bass boost and persuasion check your enemies to death? But then again, monks exist. But besides that, this video basically blew up on its release, with it almost having 1 million views in the first 2 days, and it only grew from there. Even I remember in early 2022, this video was pushed to my feed multiple times, even if I had already watched it, and that's including the re-uploads and people making their own versions of it. As said before, it was adopted by multiple communities that put their own spin on it, like the Genshin Impact community. Now, the initial reaction to this video was very positive. As said before, people liked Joe Cat, and this video was somewhat on brand for him. A short, light-hearted animation that some viewed as cute, wholesome, and some even took it as a movement for body positivity. But I'm sorry to say this, no matter how much body positivity there is, none of you will ever achieve the peak that is the Terrari build. He literally ate anything. He was on an indefinite bulk and was a tank whilst unfortunately being French. French, for God's sake. But this short video about a guy liking all sorts of women, like the big girls, the small girls, the schizophrenic, racist, white monster drinking, post consuming, bed rotting girls. The short animation would circulate every now and again for the years to come across multiple platforms, but 1 year and one circulation that would stand out from the rest would be 2023, because despite it being a rather harmless video and most people liking it, there were a number of people that were the opposite, which, you know, fair play, you can't like everything. I have to cope with the mentally deranged people out there that think Grabbed by the Ghoulies was one of Rare's worst games, despite it being their best, just like Viva Pinata. I'm not wearing rose-tinted glasses, go fuck yourself. However, the animation always did have at least a small amount of people that, as said, didn't really like it. A majority of these people were simply annoyed by it every time the video would circulate. But in 2023, some took it upon themselves to target Joe Cat specifically, simply because he was the one behind the creation of it, and they took it way too far.
What up, warriors of fartness? I bet you don't have the slightest clue how to play this eyeball-melting anime game.
Now, the main platforms this video was circulated on was YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter. Can you guess which one was the one that most of the hate and harassment came from? If you answered anything but Twitter, you probably inhaled too much lead fuel as a kid. Twitter quite literally has a legacy of doing this at this point, taking the most tame topics and making it 10 times worse than it should be. And Joe Cat was not immune from that legacy. Some people were already talking about how they thought the animation was cringe years prior, and some interpreted it as him trying to hide he is gay, and some just labelled the whole thing as just straight up gay. So the hate was definitely there beforehand. But in December 2023, the clip circulated again with a post by a user called Zero Suit Camus, or Claire, who jokingly claimed the animation as their own and reposted it for the world to see again, hopefully unknowingly starting another wave of hate for Joe Cat. And for Joe Cat, it was potentially the final straw that broke the camel's back. And what made it worse was he was getting flack for a previous situation regarding Hogwarts Legacy, where some streamers were being harassed for just playing a game because Harry Potter's tied to J.K. Rowling or something, and he made a tweet about it, which some interpreted as him supporting the harassment or downplaying it, and he would later respond by claiming he was not trying to support the harassment. But regardless, in December of the same year, from the aforementioned post, there was a frenzy of hate for him, and it was completely different from previous hate waves. Some circulated unfounded claims against him, some say he was a predator to a woman abuser, and Joe Cat would quickly respond revealing even more things people had done, saying he's received harassment for years primarily due to that one video. And according to him, there were attempts to dox him and even suspicious packages sent to his family home, along with things like just general harassment and death threats. And in said statement, he says with all of this happening, he maybe isn't made for content creation, and he would be indefinitely taking a break from content creation and would slowly wind down his projects, in his own words, primarily because of the multiple years of hate he got from making that video, and how said hate and harassment had leaked from Twitter to his actual life. And a lot of people were saddened to hear this news, because once again, a lot of people knew him from his D&D tutorial videos and D&D content in general, so it would almost seem natural people would be upset to hear a creator is no longer making content down to harassment they were facing. And after this, Joe Cat did stay true to his word. For a while. In a pinned comment, he said he would finish up his current series, then his YouTube channel at least would go inactive, and the only thing being uploaded around that time were those D&D sessions he streamed previously, a part of that series. Within that time, he did face another wave of hate when he replied to a tweet about girls' body types, saying he in fact likes them all, and posted a picture of him on dates with fictional women with all the body types present, and he actually anticipated this would get him hate, of which it did. The usual hostility was present, and the usual fabricated allegations against him were also brought up again, like how he is apparently weird towards women, and he actually responded by requesting any woman he had come in contact with to come out with their stories if he had ever done something negative to them, because he had nothing to hide. And even later on that he understands why some people would suggest these things about him. Followed by a final tweet saying after all the harassment he's faced, he's found ways to deal with it. And in accordance with this tweet, and around 7 months into his indefinite hiatus, in August of 2024 he would return to content creation with a new VTuber model, because apparently he was a VTuber. I didn't even know that to be honest. So his indefinite hiatus was more of a temporary one, and he eventually fully came back to content creation. He still streams occasionally, he's gone back to uploading, and he still gets hate for the animation he made in 2021 to this day. I think the latest I saw was people saying he was like Pedro Pascal, with the whole supposed Pedro Pascal fatigue thing, and some are questioning why Will Smith didn't get the same amount of hate Joe Cat saw, when he released an original song with almost the same premise as Joe Cat's.
This is clear that this is a joke, that it's like, obviously the solution isn't that simple.
In conclusion, Joe Cat over the years has received a lot of attention and hate, primarily due to making an animation that went viral and, in his own words, reached outside its target audience, and he ended up receiving harassment for multiple years because of this, to the point where he would briefly make the decision to leave certain platforms, of which he would later return from as he basically stopped caring about what Twitter was saying. And that's basically it. Moral of the story, if you're passionate about something that generally isn't hurting anyone, don't care about what Twitter says. And yeah, that's it. Joji released a new song after a few years, if you didn't know. But yeah, that's just a small topic I wanted to talk about today, and really all I had to say, and bye-bye.
Look, I know it is unrealistic to expect Fallout 5 right now in terms of announcements, but if you're gonna host a presentation called Fallout Day and spend quite a bit of chunk of time talking about upcoming Fallout stuff, you gotta do better than this. Like, this Fallout Day 2025 could have been an email. Again, people were not expecting Fallout 5 because they're working on Elder Scrolls 6 first, and then they're gonna work on Fallout 5, so we're not gonna be seeing Fallout 5 for like another decade to decade and a half. But people were hoping, I don't know, just for anything, like a Fallout New Vegas remaster, just something that actually felt new. But what we got instead was just a rehash of old stuff, which is a specialties of Bethesda. Given how many times they've re-released Skyrim, perhaps it should come as no surprise that they're re-releasing everything else. Like, for example, Fallout 4. On Bethesda Softworks' official channel, you can see right here that they hosted this Fallout Day Broadcast 2025 live stream. And then beyond that, they uploaded all of the trailers that they showed off during the presentation. And they've got not one, but two Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition trailers. One that reveals the actual, repackaging of Fallout 4, the re-release of Fallout 4, essentially. And then a Switch 2 edition, which is nice. You can take it on the go and whatever, but announcing a bunch of these re-releases and then not having anything new at the end of it all, or at least nothing that really gets the sparks going for Fallout fans, it all culminated in a lot of disappointment. And it culminated in a lot of people just making fun of Bethesda because this is just typical Bethesda with their re-releases. So right here, for example, you can see that the reveal trailer for Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition, the likes to dislikes ratio is not particularly favorable, with 5.9 thousand likes and 12,000 dislikes, and the comments are pretty scathing. People saying Bethesda never changes. And then below that, we've got somebody bringing up a good point. Bethesda almost re-released more games than they've released, LOL. And you can see what some of the expectations were, with some folks saying that they were expecting a Fallout 3 or New Vegas remaster announcement, and instead we got Fallout 4 Skyrim Special Edition, LOL. Given the treatment that Oblivion Remaster got and how well that was received, people are hoping for something similar for Fallout 3 or New Vegas, but instead we got a Fallout 4 re-release, the game that least needs a re-release because it's one of the more modern Bethesda games. And they didn't remaster Fallout 4, they straight up just re-released it, and they packaged in all of the DLC and all of the Creation Club mods and stuff like that. But unless you've not partaken in all that extra content, you're not getting anything new here except, maybe like an upscale in resolution and some optimizations and performance for modern hardware. I think this comment here put it best. This could have been an email. It's that kind of presentation that was hyped up for no good reason. They could have just made these announcements on some blog posts or, just announced it on social media. They didn't have to make a whole song and dance about this stuff. Now, we did get a Fallout New Vegas related announcement, but it too is essentially a big ol' re-release. As part of the 15th anniversary of Fallout New Vegas, they decided to put together this 15th anniversary bundle that includes this statue of Victor, and this is basically what's called the collector's big box that has a bunch of cool just merchandise and just cool little accessories and extra bits and bobs on top of game codes for New Vegas, the game itself, for PC. As for what else they announced during this presentation, they announced that the Ghoul would be in Fallout 76, where they showed us how the Ghoul would be implemented into Fallout 76, which, the Ghoul's cool. I do like the Fallout show, but this is pretty meh in the grand scheme of things. They announced some sales, they announced some new benefits for Fallout First, the subscription for Fallout 76. I have really bad memories with Fallout First covering all that and how disgusting it was for them to release a subscription model when Fallout 76 was practically on fire. So I'm not someone who really supports Fallout First or really finds anything positive about it. Some new stuff for Fallout Shelter and just more Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas re-releases. And that's about it. And some new merchandise. Like, really, this was the most nothing burger of a franchise dedicated live stream presentation I've ever seen. This really didn't need to happen at all. They should have skipped Fallout Day altogether and just announced these via a blog post and not done a live stream. Now, Todd Howard did say during the Fallout Day broadcast that they are working on some new stuff that they'll announce down the line, but no hints were provided on that front. So I do believe that we'll probably end up seeing some kind of Fallout 3 remaster or a New Vegas remaster, both if, possible. That'd be ideal. Before we see Fallout 5, because again, Fallout 5 is so freaking far away because Elder Scrolls 6 is taking priority right now. But yeah, just wait until those are ready to show and you're ready to announce those before you do a Fallout Day broadcast at this level where you're doing a full-ass live stream, because at that point, the expectations are sky high. Which is why when people got more re-release announcements and information that just wasn't very compelling and that could have been an email, the likes to dislikes ratio speaks for itself, or, the reception on this was pretty mixed, with people saying things like this for the actual Fallout Day broadcast 2025 video that they uploaded after the stream. Watching Fallout Day broadcast 2025 almost makes you wish for nuclear winter. Here's somebody who said, I pretended to shit on the toilet at work for this. Tons of people out here saying this could have been an email. The best comment I saw is that this could have been an email, so on and so forth. Bethesda's reputation has been in a bit of a lull lately because Fallout 76's launch just really put a sour taste in people's mouths. Their mobile efforts, you know, how microtransactions written they are, put a sour taste in people's mouths. Starfield, ultimately not living up to the hype of a brand new single-player Bethesda game. It falling short of, you know, a lot of what you expect from Bethesda titles, with exploration especially just being utterly butchered by the way it's been formatted with the space setting and the separation of all the different elements through loading times and whatnot, and how fast travel involved that game was, because the open world was split into, you know, a lot of little segments across various planets, and just combined with the setting and the story and all these things just not coming together in a way that people felt it did for other Bethesda releases in the past, with a lot of people feeling Bethesda has been one miss after another lately, and them really keeping their fingers crossed that Elder Scrolls 6 will be their return to form. Currently, you know, Bethesda really needs to do everything possible to give people some hope and generate.
All right, I'll be trying to. I'll like it's 5, it's dinner time, so I'll you know, take a short break. All right, let you guys see this. Yeah. Ah. I keep clicking the wrong thing. But yeah. I will put my ads on while having like the, you know, like the food thingy. Okay, dinner break. Then this thing here. Okay. Then slap this video I have. Put it in here. Well, I will like keep playing this ad here while I go to eat. Okay, we'll be back soon. We'll be back soon. My camera's on it, and then funny face while I'm still. Okay, maybe in like 15 minutes. I'll be back.
Hello there, is it I? Claudiel, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type stuff to make me talk.
Oh no, I forgot to put that thing on loop. Well, I'm back. But I need to continue to take my small little tiny break. I did stream for quite a long time. Like, it's already been 8 hours. Holy shit. Press the wrong thing. Sorry. My screen is a mess at the moment. Let me clean it up first. Maybe it's my break time stuff.
Okay.
So right now, currently, I am making a animated emote, not emote, animated reactive. So let's go back to the bigger scene that you see clearly. The taco I haven't finished drawing yet, so basically it's just the guy, a Spartan kneeling down with a taco for no reasons, perch on the arms, being very jolly for no reasons. While it's like literally, I want to draw like behind the scenes, just literally just war happening. It's kind of like a series that I make, not really like serious. It's more like, you know,
Oh yeah,
like,
I saw that.
See if there's anything on there you want.
I saw that. I think you posted it in self promo.
Yeah, in the art channel.
Mhm.
I have a few more.
Oh yeah.
There you go, babe.
It's been like a running series that I've been
Hey.
making,
Hello. Unlocked it.
like this one.
Like that one. That one's funny.
Yeah, because the last one I show is like he's going to use it
I'm
as
sure
like
on
a
YouTube as
TTS
well.
pet, so there's no need to mute and deafen. But generally, I would do like mute and deafen like animations too.
Mhm. Yeah, your art's cool. Oh, I want to practice anatomy. That's kind of where. Well, I think anatomy and coloring digitally, because I'm a I've been more of a traditional artist, so I'm getting better with that. I use Krita. So, what do you use to draw?
For me, I'm using Eclipse Studio Paint since I got like a drawing tablet. Plug it into my computers and it works. Back in the days, I'm using Surface Pro to draw.
I don't even know what that is.
Surface Pro is basically Microsoft laptop that with a very good touchscreen, but not a very good pen.
Microsoft yucky.
I didn't think that thing exists anymore. Like they changed the entire series up.
I remember when I used to use Paint. Okay. VGen. Oh yeah, and I saw you were trying to get like Are you trying to get VGen verified? Is that what it is?
What VGen? What?
I don't. Verified. I think I looked at your commission stuff the other day, like your page.
I'm already qualified for like verify. The problem is I'm not famous enough to immediately get verify. VGen is like this.
Yeah,
Unless you are like super duper famous, you usually have to wait for like maybe 3 months or like 4 months to actually get verified.
Damn, it's rough out there.
Yeah, you have to be well known in VGen to actually get verified. But it's a very rare case.
Cause I don't, my like anime style art isn't really up to par. So
I'm playing Pokemon.
Yeah, personally, I go for quite lots of different way to draw. When it comes to my animations, obviously I go for like anime style, because it's much more simpler.
Yeah. I'd like
Yeah.
to make animations eventually as well, but I want to try it. I've done a 2D animation before, like a really simple one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to also do. I'd like to try 3D animation as well, and then see which one I enjoy more.
Well, 3D animations, you just have to find a puppet for you to like animate. Depends like which 3D you want to learn. 3D is very complicated.
But I'd be making the model.
Yeah.
So
like that's like making the model part, rigging, and then like animating them. Also, when after you did the rig, you have to create a controller for your rig, this and that, other stuff. Lots of things you have to do.
But once you've done it, it's like done. Whereas
Yeah.
with
And then you
2D
can
animation,
keep reusing
you're like
it.
animating, you're like drawing, kind of like the same scene over and over again. But it does well. I've saw in Blender you can get that like handmade feel before. Oh, I have a really bad cold.
There's a lot of way to do like animations. If you intended to stick with a few characters, then yeah. For me, since I graduated, not actually graduated, my last semester, I didn't finish my final year project, medical reasons.
Did you do art?
I
Did you
did
do
almost
art?
finish my 3D animation like studies. It's just I haven't finished
Oh.
my final year project due to medical issues. I missed semesters, and I can't afford to pay like another semester again. So I'll be like, you know what? I'm just going to drop out. Yeah, then that kind of happens.
Yeah, it happens. I went to college for a year for contemporary art. So it's more like traditional.
Well, I studied 3D animation, so like due to that process, I have to like learn like the normal traditional art, and then later on I have to go and learn 2D animations. Afterward, I have to learn how to do filming, the camera study, and then afterward I need to officially like on the last like 1.5 years left. It's like a three-year semesters, so like 1.5 year left, and then I'll just learn the rest of the 3D stuff.
Well, I like your art. I like the little animations you've got so far. I think you're pretty good.
Yeah, most of the animations actually is not like full animations. I trying to create like something like a how should I like describe it? It's like a experimentations versions. So usually when it comes to animations, is generally I think I still have this thing on. Yes, I still have this thing on. Generally, it's like a frame by frame thing going on that you can see closely here. Okay.
Oh, like a repeating GIF.
Yeah, you can see the gap here. Let me turn off my keyframe. So the gap in this thing. Gosh, yes. You can see like 1, 2, 3. You can see all the gap is actually perfect gap. Just this particular frame.
Are you
should be on the
animating
next
in?
one.
You're animating in twos. Yeah.
So no matter like, there's a lot of people when it comes to animations, they kind of got confused by this thing they have. It's called timing. In reality, it's not like, you know, when we do timing, it's like, you know, oh, you see like the gap like happens like this. Like when they do something like this and then do a centers and then do 2-line dash in here, you thought you'd be like, oh, this thing is like 0 to maybe 9 frame, and then this is like only to like 10 frame, and then this is 11 frame, this is 12 frame. No, it's not like that.
Oh.
So don't get fooled by people calling it timing. This is not timing.
Well, if you go into your Hangout chat, I posted the GIF I animated. That's the only one I've done in like 2D animation. I've done like I have some ideas. Like I wanted to animate Lust by Kendrick Lamar. I have like a what's it called? Like an animation board, like sketches I've done for it, like ideas and stuff. I just haven't gotten around to it because it would take me a while, and I'm quite swamped with work at the moment. So
Either way, it's actually pretty nice.
thank you.
Yeah.
Here's the help with my friends as well because they gave me good critiques. I like the little opening thing. Mouth open. I'll get around to like making my own emotes eventually, but I've barely even got time to make my V-Road model, so
It's gonna take some time. Most of the things. Back then I was like trying to make my 3D model too, but my first model was supposed to be 3D model, but I kind of like failed making it like really hard because of the hair. Back then, like this is not my first primary selected characters. Like this particular model I'm using right now is from like a manga I made like when I was like a kid, not a kid, teenagers. So I'm just like reusing most of the character there. This is actually it's the primary protagonist, but still got a secondary protagonist there. Back then I choose a secondary protagonist, but he have that like Gintama like curly hair, which is very difficult to make it in 3D. So I kind of like fail making it. It's essentially I use like auto generated, and then I generate a bunch of like banana on the hair, but it just doesn't work properly.
Yeah, I think once you get used to Vroid's hair software, it becomes easier to make stuff.
Oh, so far I tried it.
It can take some time.
There's one issues. Vroid don't exactly support my hair.
I think you definitely could.
I can definitely make it spiky. The problem is the physics doesn't work. It will be like a statues or like the way it move, like when I do like, you know, movement like this.
Yeah.
It will be like flinging in like some weird kind of physics.
I'm sure there could be some way you can mess with the bones to like make it work, but I don't know a lot about.
Yeah, but if you have to do that, you have to like export your model VMR model out and then put it in Blender and then do like the hair custom hair yourself.
Well, couldn't you like rig the hair yourself in Blender, but not necessarily make the hair completely from scratch, or like use the bones they give you to like.
Yeah, that's why. Like you can just like use the VMR model and then keep the rest. Just make the hair only. Yeah. But then you might actually like, if you're not skillful enough, you might accidentally like make like a different kind of textures that kind of clash with your like the Vroid model. So your hair will looks like a wig if you didn't do it properly. Yeah, that's the thing. And this
I like my hair so far, but I have a new.
Look at this.
Oh yeah.
This is back then. I'm just trying out. I don't know how to do like those kind of like anime kind of like
Well, you would probably make like, if you kind of copy your model that you have right now, right? You would do like big chunks of hair rather than all the little ones together.
It's much more easier.
And then Yeah, and then what you would do to simulate the little bits of hair is that's the texture. The texture would be what would simulate all the little bits of hair. Cause
Well,
yeah,
easy.
I
Just
mean
use Duolingo and
it's
done.
it's still like it's still good, but like I'm just imagining the bone count.
Technically, the only things that might complicate, actually, just might complicate, is just the eye. Generally, the only things that when it comes to rigging, usually eye is the easiest one. But when you go for anime style, your eye actually have like a lot more complicated thing. You can see this thing is an eyeball itself, so it's easier to rig. But if you really have to like do an anime eye, the iris, the highlight, the hole in the iris and everything.
Yeah.
The entire thing is like completely separate
Like
in multiple
emoting
layers.
as well. That's
Yeah,
another thing.
so you have to do a lot of like jiggle physics to all your like eye and stuff to make it kind of look like anime enough. The rest of the thing is actually quite easy to rig. The problem is just the eye for anime style kind of like rig. Personally, I have like a 3D artist I really wish to commission in the futures, but I know I'm too broke to actually commission one. The girl who made all the 90% of Zentreya like 3D model.
All right.
Starting from 4,000 euro.
Damn.
And then general range between like 5,000 to 8,000. Means one thing, Zentreya actually is really fucking rich.
Well, yeah, she's like one of the top VTuber models. It makes sense. VTuber models, VTubers. It makes sense. Especially because, like, you know, that's the money she makes from her work going back into her work.
Yep.
Right, so.
Most likely she also get discounts too, since like it's a
Oh my god,
loyal customer.
Bao!
Yeah, this is the latest like model that she made for Bao.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Zentreya one. The reason why I kind of like wish to like commission her one is because she is actually really good at doing spiky hair. When it comes to spiky or like very complex hairstyle, she can do it like really well. This is a model, by the way. Her original model. I can see like Zentreya 90% of her model is technically from her.
Yeah, I want to make my model in VRoid. I just have to get better at texturing. That's
Some
the
people
main
actually
thing
can
with
make like
VRoid.
really awesome VRoid like VRoid model too.
Yeah,
I've
I've seen it on YouTube. That's kind of what inspired me.
It might take lots of time to actually do it though.
Hair grenade.
For me, I kind of like give up on like making model a long time ago. I did make this model myself. My own like I draw it, I rig it. This is the 2.0 versions, and then there's another fashion one, different clothes, and then yeah, I'd be like, I'm done. It's good enough. This is functional enough.
Yeah. I've been like designing my VTuber model all year, and I just trying to find something that like I'm happy with, that I actually like, that I want to be more consistent with. And yeah, I think I'm kind of finding that now. So I'm gonna like make it in VRoid, but I'm not gonna like fully finish it, just so I can like use it for a little while, and then I'm gonna do the
Simple.
the
Just do half of the body
art.
first. That's how I
Yeah.
started first. Like generally, people won't see like the full body and stuff. Like you are going to use half of the body. because generally you're just going to show half body. This is my first ever model, and I don't have the rest of the body. Because generally in most of the time you're just showing like this, so you don't even have to bother about like the other body at all. Either that, or you can make a chibi version of yourself. Just use that one, like this one.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, around like a certain period amount of time of like when Silk Sock come out, they charge it like $20, and then I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to make a model for $20. Going to make it cheap as possible. And I did make one more sample for my friends. Again, it's a simple one since like Hollow Knight model doesn't really have a mouth, so it's much more easier to rate. Also, eyeball.
Huh? I'm using it. You could use the blankie. The yellow one.
Oops. Okay, I have some resources I can share about it, about on the animation thingy. But that one's for 2D animations, and this is for 2D animations.
If you send it in my DMs, that way if I need it, I can access it.
Oh, alright. So you can have like this two creators actually like from like the animation industry. The second one is like making the cartoon one, but they are still very like good at teaching about timing and stuff. And the first one, the Dongchang, is actually one of the animator from Studio Trigger. The one that the studio that made the first season of One Punch Man.
Oh, cool.
So they kind of teach you like the anime industry stuff, like how some of the things they do, how to do animations, how to do spacing, timing, what is this, what is that. Most people already know like the general terms of most like animation stuff, but this one is more focusing on the like Japanese like anime media production skill and things. So you have like a much more different things to share in the knowledge.
Where are you from? Oh, did you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, do you just not want to answer?
Huh? Oh, you asked me something?
Oh, yeah. I said, where are you from?
Where what?
Oh, where are you from?
Oh, where am I from? I'm from Malaysia.
Oh, cool. I've actually been meeting, like, weirdly, a lot of people from Malaysia lately, like, in VR chat. I guess because, like, they're on at this time. This morning for me, it'll be, like, evening for you, right?
Yeah, most of the time we have like difficulty doing doing streaming for the Western side because like our timing is like really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I doing again? Oh yes, the lower body. Oh. Alright, this is the first time.
Where is my...
Hmm?
I'm also playing Pokemon, and I don't even know where the mission list is.
Are you playing the new one?
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I haven't choose to play Pokemon for ages.
Yeah, I haven't played since Sword and Shield. Oh, there's the mission list.
For me, I haven't played the game ever since like Black and White.
Oh, Black and White's a good game though.
Like mainly is because like Pokemon's the same game. Every single season. The only thing have big difference back then is like when I play back then like the red and blue and green. And then the biggest difference you can like feel it from is like from the black and white, or for some other people like
Hello there. Is it I?
the Omega Ruby,
Claudia,
the Ruby and
the
Sapphire
studio
one.
mascot here. Want to chat with Curie, but he is
I
too
like the
focused on his work or
story
game?
of
You can use exclamation mark
Pokemon
S space and
games.
type stuff to make me talk.
Wait, is there shiny? Did I hear shiny? Or am I like schizophrenic? Anyways, yeah, I swear that's the shiny noise. But like, I'm not seeing a shiny. Whatever. Yeah, I like Pokemon for the story, and I also just like turn-based combat. So yeah, if you're not a person who likes turn-based combat very much, you're just not going to be as interested in Pokemon. But the new one is less turn-based. It's more like, not saying that you'll like it or anything.
Yeah, they're trying to go for a Final Fantasy like how should I say, like change up. Back then Final Fantasy is like super turn based, now it's just like super action based.
Wait, what? Can get in here?
But
It's
I do like
Pichu.
how the new way they kind of interpret it with the Final Fantasy VII remake. It's like semi actions and semi turn based.
Okay, wait. I don't want this shiny to leave. I think there is actually a shiny. No! I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it. Oh, it's gone. It's gone forever. Well, okay. I wish I had saved. Someone did give me the advice to save as soon as you hear the shiny noise, and I didn't take their advice. Oh wait, maybe it's not a shiny. Maybe it's a one of the mega thingies, like the big guys. Do you know Rock Smash? Anyone know Rock Smash? I didn't realize I could go up here.
Oh, by the way, do you know I'm streaming?
Yeah, I'm lurking in your chats.
Because this is it would be bad if some people don't know they're they're like live, then they might say some things that they don't want the public to hear.
Pardon?
I mean, like, I don't want to like have some accident that someone like didn't know come in, said something they shouldn't say like live, and then like, you know, those kind of things that happens.
I don't mind. Can I catch it? Shiny Marie! I need to level it up now. Because I already have a Ampharos. I didn't realize that you get it for free. You basically get a free shiny Marie. I wonder if Ari knows.
Ari?
Maybe I shouldn't spoil her. Yeah. Just my friend I made. There's someone else I wanted to add from yesterday when I was hanging out. Was it in general chat? No. Channel 2. Maybe this one? Yeah. I found them. I'll add you as well. I might stream Pokemon Legends because I'm playing it. Even though I have a cold. Oh, but I don't have another HDMI port. I need to get another HDMI port. Okay, I'm gonna head out for now. It was nice talking to you. And I hope your art goes well. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Discord just update something, I guess. When I stream, I should be able to hear sound effect. Means yeah, my disable notification turn on again. Gosh. All right. Let's have something keep going. Oops. Wrong scene now. Yep. Boop. Let's continue. Have this one. And where did my... Aha! This thing back. This time I'm gonna play something else. Yes, I had to listen to them yapping. This is the best podcast. This is the best podcast in the
I'm not
world.
an accent guy. And then, and he's like, we have orders to run out onto the battlefield in 3 hours when the winds shift. And everyone's like, we'll all die, sir. And he has the Poirot mustache, right? And you're thinking, oh, this is like they found an actor to play the younger version of him. No. Because then a random guy turns around and he's like, Captain. And it's literally de-aged Kenneth Branagh. He's like, Captain. Based on the fact that the wind is like this and this thing is like this and this, and I'm going to use my detective powers to say we should attack right now. And of course, they listen to him. They do. They, like, all the German guys are like, they run away because... they came under the cover of smoke grenades, right?
Sure.
And they're like, get out of here. This is crazy. Anyway, they show up. They take the bridge. And the captain's like, like, Private Poirot, you did it again. You're the best there ever was. You're so good. And then he takes a step and hits like a booby trap, blows up the bridge, kills the captain. And we cut to, if you remember from the first Orient Express, they did like a whole bit where he's like, I never love. I'll never find love again. I had love once. Now my love is books and murders. And they have like a photo, and the photo cracks. Anyway, we're now in the hospital. By the way, the movie has barely, like, we're not even at a crime scene.
Okay.
We're at a hospital, and he's laying in the hospital bed in the war zone, and his nurse / fiance shows up, and he's like, to look at me, and she's like, I love you. It doesn't matter what you look like. I love you who you are. And he's like, you love this? And he turns his face, and his whole, like, it's all fucked up. And she's like, well, you'll just have to grow a mustache. And that's why he did it. To cover the scars on his face. Now, mind you, the scars on his face are like ripped flesh.
I was going to say, is a mustache going to cover all that?
So they show his face. They do his face, ripped flesh. And then they cut to him standing like on the, like, I think he's in London. And he has the mustache. His face, I don't know what they did to him. He looks great. There is no sign of scarring at all. The mustache goes out to here, but like his whole cheek was gone. And they're like, no, he's fine. So I don't even know how his mustache would grow correctly. Doesn't matter. That's what it is. And they were like, people need to know the mustache origin story. And I'm like, all right. And then it finally starts.
Oh.
And is literally almost beat for beat the same, which I thought was fascinating because you could take a story from the 1970s, the video game version, and you could take a story that is set literally in the 1920s, and you can have this, like, he shows up at this club In the video game version, it's like a 70s discoteca. And in this one, it's like a blues, like jazz club.
Right. Like a speakeasy.
Same thing goes down. Same version of like, oh, I'm gonna introduce you to my new fiance, and like, oh, hello, I'm Gal Gadot, and then they like do. It's the exact same plot, and I was like, okay, they actually really stuck with it. Except again, I forgot that they're also, while the game has the other detective who's doing the other case, the movie has his like drunk womanizing friend who was in the first movie, who's back for the second movie, except his mom is there now. And she's like, oh, yes, absolutely, yes. It is not nearly as good as the first film that we watched.
Right.
But highly entertaining because it's just like, so some of the things are so out of left field, or I'm just like, what? Why did we? What was the thought here? Do we need to know this information? Do we like? I also noticed that some actors are just like really entertaining. So a great example is
Sure.
Oh God, what is her name? The woman who plays this is. I feel so bad for her. I should just say Jon Snow's wife, but my brain went, the lady who like has sex with Jon Snow. You know, the redhead. I don't know that actress's name. I'm so sorry. I wish I did. She has like,
I don't even know who you mean, so it's fine.
In Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
Rose Leslie, is that who it? Sure. Yes. Okay. Yes, Egret. That's the anyway. In this movie, she is like the maid, the nurse, whatever she is. I think she has a total of 6 lines the entire film.
Okay.
But because it's one of those casts where they just got actors to be like, do you want to be in a Poirot thing? And they're like, yeah, okay. So it's got all these actors in it, and you're like, all right. But she has like 6 lines in the entire movie. With that said, because she's in the background all the time, she's constantly doing things because she's the like the maid of the main couple. She's always busy in the background doing stuff. And I was like, oh, acting. Like I'm watching her do, like she just because you can see other people will just stand there.
Yeah.
Waiting for their turn to talk. And she's like interacting with extras. She's going, because she obviously is the maid, so she's taking care of things in the back. I was like, oh, that's very well done. That's like acting. And then some of the cast are just like
T-posing, just waiting.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, all right. It was very noticeable. Yeah, I don't want to spoil how it ends literally for the movie and or the game,
Do you feel like it's worth watching?
It is. I haven't seen the Venice one, but it's significantly less good than Murder on the Orient Express. However, if you like that stuff, there's no harm in it. I saw people on here say it was on Hulu. I'm not gonna buy Hulu. I don't own.
Man,
I have HBO
remember when
Plus
Hulu
now
was free? It was just a free thing with no ads on it. It was just free, man. When I was in college. Anyways.
Speaking of free.
Yeah.
Speaking of free. I want to shout out Tubi. Now, I don't use it for anything other than the fact that it is on this TV behind us.
What is Tubi?
Sometimes on TUBI, it's a streaming service that is not very good. It's not great, but it's free and or cheap depending.
Okay.
And the TV behind us just has it pre-programmed in. So sometimes while waiting for the guys to show up to like do stuff, I'll just sit there and watch this because I have to set up the TV for us to record. And I want everyone, when you have a moment, this is your assignment from me to you.
Oh.
Go to YouTube, look up Try Not to Laugh Tubi Edition. So one of the things Tubi did is because it has no content of its own, really. It said, hey, if you have stuff you want to put on, kind of like how Amazon is like, hey, if you want to just pay us to put your weird movie on Amazon Prime, we'll allow it.
We will.
Which is why a lot of things show up there. Same with the books, why you can have a book on there that's like My Night with the Werewolf King. Like that, it can happen. You can do that. So Tubi did the same thing. Like, please, 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 please put your movies on here. Now, I don't know if the people who made these movies made them terrible on purpose, but they are Neil Breen-esque in how truly awful they are. And if you watch the like try not to laugh videos of the Tubi movies, they're incredible. There's one where like this guy, it's like a crime thing. This guy shoots a guy and tries to run away. And now I don't know why they kept this in the film. This is in the film. He starts running, trips, falls, comically falls forward, smacks his face on the ground, stumbles up and starts trying to walk off. And the camera's still rolling and they keep it in the film.
They were like, that's real. We got to keep that. That was so real.
And then immediately it cuts to the woman running out to like the dead guy. She's like, oh no. He's dead. There's one where this couple are fighting, and this woman has like a pan, and she's yelling at him, and she goes to hit him, and she does like a really slow-mo because obviously they don't want to hurt anyone. Yeah. She does like a slow-mo hit. It goes, pong, and it hits him. He goes. It's incredible. I have seen so many amazing movies on Tubi. It is so this past Saturday, to give you some expectation, I have no problem spoiling this because Neil Breen can kiss my ass. I've given him too much time.
Damn.
Do you know who Neil Breen is? Do you know who this person is?
I've heard you complain about him a lot.
Neil Breen is an aged gentleman who sometime in the early 2000s decided, I'm going to take what money I have and start making movies that have a point. And you're like, oh, what's the point, Neil? Good luck figuring out what the point is. So he's made several movies.
Yeah.
And they all kind of have like a, like he's trying to tell you something. So for example, there's one movie where he plays a hacker who's trying to poison all of Vegas, but he realizes the error of his ways and he's going to take down the deep state, like that kind of thing. Okay. Or the one that Krendo and I watched this weekend, the bad guys were the corporatized medical industry. Now, you might say, Jesse, what does the movie about the corporatized medical industry look like? Well, let me tell you, it's the sequel to a movie about two brothers who were born in space and or were kidnapped from Earth and raised in space and filled with AI machines that give them powers. Except one brother rejected those powers. And the other brother embraced being a star child. And his whole thing is he's going to go around and stop wars, while the other brother is into drugs and beating his girlfriend. And then the movie kind of ends. And the sequel is this tortured crossing movie. Same characters, same thing, except I'm going to give you the opening of this film.
Okay.
And I need you to understand what I say is going to sound insane. And Dukes, it is. So don't question it. Just appreciate what I'm about to say. Okay.
I'm ready. I'm open.
This newest Neil Breen movie.
Yeah.
Opens with him standing in front of a green screen on some stairs where he is a little too small for the stairs and they're a little too big. And he's addressing a room of actors, roughly 6 to 7 actors. And he's like, this clinic or hospital I have been donating to, even though I've never seen it. I have no idea what's going on there, but I trust that you guys are trying to help humanity, so I'm going to help you guys. Then we learn the hospital is actually crumbling in ruins and is being used. His brother is kidnapping people to take them to the hospital so that they can be genome tested so that he can take their something and fight the corrupting AI powers in his own body. And in doing so, die? I don't know what his plan is. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
But then we learn that the hospital, no, I don't know if it's supposed to be a mental hospital that they've taken over to house young drug addicts to then take their blood so that they can then feed it into his brother, or if it was a mental hospital and these are mental patients that they are testing on, there's no delineation except that they keep taking people off the street. Here's the problem. Because there are only roughly 6 to 8 cast members, they keep reusing characters. So a person will show up dressed in a gray shirt, get kidnapped, tortured and killed, and then get kidnapped again. Because it's the same, they literally will not hire different actors, so they'll use the same 6 actors over and over again. If you're wondering, Jesse, they wouldn't use them for every scene. They would. There's ninjas in this movie. The bad guy ninjas are just the same 6 actors, but with masks on. And there's a moment where the 6 actors are fighting the ninjas, so he has to green screen them together to fight. And so it's people fighting
surely
themselves.
it's less work to just hire a few people to be the ninja.
Wrong. You'd be wrong. Then, all right. This is the great. This might be the greatest scene I've ever seen in a movie.
Okay.
There is a scene where a bunch of the mental patients. Here's the problem. They don't seem like they need any help except for to get them out of the hospital because they're being tortured. Anyway, I don't understand why, but these kids that are being kidnapped, brought to this hospital to be used, at one point go on a field trip where the 2 nurses, who are also board directors and also a woman known as Legs, who is literally just, you only see her from the skirt down.
Like Miss Barrel? Amazing.
I guess.
Continue.
And so they go on a field trip, and the guy driving the van is the literal cameraman of the movie drinking. And they get in a car crash because he's drinking and driving, but it's not like they get in a car crash in a city or in the suburbs. They're like in the Alps for some damn reason. They like fly off a cliff, land, there's a clip art car upside down, it's on fire, and they're like, it feels like Neil said to them, just keep going, we'll cut around it. So there's scenes where there's like one person who's like, oh, I wish you would stop. Oh, I wish you would stop. Oh, I wish you would stop. Like that's, he said, like, give me 4 takes and we'll cut. And instead he used all 4. And so these people are on the ground, they're all beat up. They're like, oh, if only someone would help us. Cut to Neil Breen's character Cade walking through the Alps, I guess. I don't know.
He's in his movies.
Oh, he's the main character. In fact, he's both main characters.
I'm shocked he hasn't come up yet in this description of these movies. Okay, so continue.
He's walking, doing his thing.
Yep.
And then he sees in the forest a white tiger. And the tiger, and it's like, wow. And at first, it's clearly B-roll stock footage of a white tiger. But then it very quickly becomes like almost stop motion animated CG tiger. And it starts running at him like this. And then it attacks him. And green screen is like, yeah. And the tiger's like, wow. And they're just like, yeah. And eventually, you hear
Hello
the noise
there.
of the
Is it
car
I?
on fire, the explosion,
Claudia,
people crying.
The studio
And he
mascot
literally, because
here
you think like, oh shit, he's
wants to
fighting a
chat
tiger.
with
This is
Kiri, but
crazy.
he is too focused on his work or game.
As he
You
hears
can use
danger in the distance, he
exclamation
goes,
mark S space and type stuff to make
and
me
the tiger
talk.
goes, and it gets down on implication being they're buds and they were just playing around. But then the tiger goes, an Animorph style, turns into a woman in a white dress who looks just like his wife from the first movie, who is dead. Leave. The minute the stream comes down, I'll have moved on with my day. So this is, and please be aware to everyone watching, this isn't the thing where I'm like, oh, I think about it all the time. No, I got stuff to do. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
But while we're sitting here talking, it came up and I did want to say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so hey.
Hey.
Let's
I said hey. What's going on?
Yep. And I say,
yeah. Go on then.
this is what I was talking about. Overreaction. Just terrible. This is
Oh my
bad
God.
streaming. Oh, we're the worst. By the way, I blew my voice out screaming. I don't know if anyone can tell. Blew my voice out screaming. That's why I can't do it.
How do
Maybe
people
I'm just
do
not
that for
good
an
enough.
entire video? I'll never get it.
Yeah, I don't know. So, first up on the list of just news, I can't say it's good news. Remedy CEO stepped down after a poor profit warning due to FBC Firebreak's weak sales, a game where, while I enjoyed it, I did say in the video about it, who is this for?
Yeah.
It does not have the story or mystery of Remedy games, and it has the like PvE stuff of other games, but I was like, who in the Remedy fan base wants to play? I think we have our answer. Not many. Then, and hopefully we'll see some good stuff because, you know, Control 2 is on the way. Max Payne is getting a remake. So I can't wait for those. But yeah, it sucks. While I want to play Firebreak, no one else is playing it, so I can't play it. So what, you know, I believe they said there were 50 people overall playing it right now, which is not, it's not good. Rovio lays off 36 people because Angry Birds Blast didn't do as well as expected. And you may say, Jesse, who's still excited for Angry Birds? And I say to you, I don't know. Why did they do that?
I don't.
Why are they still
As
make
a person
something
with a
new?
child, I can tell you the kids don't know what it is. They think it's a movie, because they're Angry Birds movies. They don't.
Sure.
They don't know.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ubisoft is asking massive entertainment devs to volunteer to be laid off. The devs behind Avatar Frontiers of Pandora and Star Wars Outlaws, both fine but not really innovative games, are, yeah, again, I just, there's a lot of hey, maybe we should try something new to innovate and get people involved and have an audience again.
Right.
Instead, people are like, no, let's make the 12th Angry Birds game. I just don't. So devs are being laid off. Oh, speaking
Well, lay off for
of
good reasons.
more CEO nonsense, PUBG and Subnautica publisher Krafton has announced it's restructuring to be an AI-first company. They will be investing almost $70 million into the process. This is a quote. Through our AI-first strategy, Krafton will expand the growth opportunities for each member, expand creative attempts centered on player experience, and lead AI innovation across the gaming industry. And if you don't know what that means, it means nothing. On purpose. It is corpo speak for we are doing things so our investors see that things are being done.
So people, the investors who want AI shit will be like, nice. AI is the future, we hear.
Yes. Again, let me just stress, they said Krafton will expand the growth opportunities for each member, expand creative attempts centered on player experience. That is a nonsense statement. If I were to read that copy, I'd be like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's going to lead to more devs being laid off. Speaking of AI, oh boy, more fun.
Oh boy.
NBC Universal has signed a deal with Dick Wolf, the man who has a better name than I will ever have, despite being named Jesse Cox.
You guys
don't
should
know
do a
who Dick Wolf
collab.
is? Yeah, creator of the Law and Order series. Led me to my love of Mariska Hargitay. I never will not love you, Mariska. But apparently there is a brand new AI-based dev company, game publisher, being created to work with NBC Universal. And I thought, oh wait, Dick Wolf is making a game company? No, false. It's his Nepo baby son, Elliot Wolf, who is running a thing called Wolf Games. And I could tell you why these AI games would suck. But Dodger, I don't know if we can show this. I don't know how we would, I'm gonna copy link.
Okay.
And this is from March 15th of this year. This was their first game called Public Eye. This is footage from it. I'm gonna stick it in chat. We'll put it in the VOD for sure. But I want everyone just to take a sec. This is the game. It is literally just clips of AI footage as a trailer. And it is one of the worst things I've ever seen. There is no game here. It's just they took AI clips and are like, it's a detective game.
Oh, the way they move.
It sucks. It looks terrible. And I was like, oh no, this is truly bad. However, you might say, Jesse, that's from March 15th. Come on, man. AI has changed so much since then. What are you talking about? Like magic.
I hate the way they talk. I hate the way their mouths move in AI videos. I don't like it.
The brilliance of the fact that yesterday a video was posted on, again, Twitter, because that place is the worst. This guy posted a video where he said, AI games are going to be amazing. Sound on. This is what he posted for an AI shooter game. Dukes, I've never laughed so hard in my entire life. It's a it's a point and click shooter. It's not even a shooter.
What?
Y'all, AI companies are literally scamming us, and people are letting them get away with it.
The train
I've
just
never seen
driving
anything
through a bunch of stuff is so funny.
Yes. It literally is just AI nonsense. They're we are like, oh God. I just can't stress how upsetting the whole thing is.
The two air conditioners on top of each other. It feels like Prop Hunt. Like just things slightly not in the right place. Things happening in just a slightly bizarre way. It's very Prop Hunt.
And the worst thing is knowing this isn't going to stop. So much money's being invested in this that this is what they want the future of gaming to be. It's going to happen. And here's all I'm asking is that when these games come out, please don't buy them. Please don't buy them.
Yeah.
Let them spend all the money making them. Let them bankrupt their companies making them. Do not support this. Do not buy them. Please.
I do
crash them out.
This might be my natural optimism. I do feel that the deeper we get into using AI for stuff, the more that a lot of people are going to start to actively want extremely human things Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
I think.
But
I
the
think
problem is
that's already happened
this,
to a certain.
This is what's gonna suck, because I understand how truly messed up the whole system is. What's gonna happen is we'll get a bunch of AI stuff, and people will say, "But I want something created by humans," and they'll say, "Okay, sure, we'll make something created by humans," and then the price of human created things will skyrocket to the point where only the wealthy can afford human created products, just like organic stuff at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Oh, you want real things?
You want free range
it's twice
eggs?
as expensive.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. That's it. I promise you. They'll be like, "Oh, no, we definitely still have stuff made by people." And it'll be twice the price because we got to pay the people. But you can get the AI version on the cheap if you want. It's going to happen. So I just am asking you, please don't, but yikes. So that's, I went to the news to look up fun things. And the only fun thing I had was that Kirby, the new Kirby game, will not have DLC or anything else. They're putting everything in the game right at launch. And I was like, thank God.
But
I realized that's so bottom of the barrel, expected, that it's like, that's what we're celebrating? That's it? So.
Is that only on Switch 2?
Yes.
Okay.
So while Air Ride looks amazing and Kirby is always good time, it's crazy to me that it's like, yeah, it's all in the game at launch.
Yeah.
that should be the normal.
Look, I know that the Switch 2 basically just came out. It was just birthed. But I need the Switch 2 Lite to come out soon.
I need more
them
games
to do
to
that
come out.
soon.
The Switch 2, unless you like Donkey Kong and or playing older games, there is nothing on there right now. So Kirby is very needed, and Hyrule Warriors can't come soon enough. But there's no reason to have a Switch 2 right now, y'all. There just isn't. And it's fine if you want to get it. I'm not going to tell you not to. I have one. But as a person who has one, there's no reason to have it.
We also have one, and I don't like holding that thing. I've said this before. I am a Switch Lite truther, okay? I've said this before. The Switch Lite, if you are the sort of person who doesn't take the goddamn dongles off anyway, just get a Switch Lite. It is so much nicer to hold. It's not as finicky. I love that fucking thing. And now that we have the Switch 2 in the house, and I'm like, God, this sucks to hold. It's so heavy.
I think it's so fascinating because I know that I have my own preferences for, watching streams or playing games or whatever. And so do you. And I always am reminded that every single gamer, every single Twitch viewer, every single person has different preferences. Sure. And it's so funny to me, for me to be like, I do not and will never use that handheld Switch. It sits in its dock and will sit there till the end of time, and I play it on TV. I don't like handheld games. So I don't care how heavy it is because it's not leaving that dock. I'm not going to take it with me.
Yeah.
If I leave to go somewhere, I'm going to go somewhere and not think about video games.
Yeah.
You're like, I play it on I need it. I need to be light in my hands. And it's so funny to me because it's the same thing. We're talking about enjoying the same stuff, but doing it differently in a way that I'm like, I don't connect with that at all. I will never have that issue. It does not affect me at all.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious because it so very clearly does for you.
We exclusively use it handheld unless we're streaming with it. It's exclusively a handheld device. Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah.
I do think part of the issue is a very specific issue to like our home life, which is that we don't have a place to put a docked, like we don't have a thing to put a docked Switch on or in or any of that. And I've thought before we should really have some sort of console table or something to do that with, but we don't have it. So it's not mentally, it's not an option. So we've just.
just not a handheld dude. I'm just not. So you experiencing it and being like, I need this to be lighter so I can use it for my hands. That is never a thing that's crossed my mind. That doesn't matter. And then, you know, it just,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I don't think that it's hard because I realize that I'm part of the problem in that I was one of the first people that was allowed to just do content that wasn't specifically gaming on Twitch. Yeah.
Well, either way, this is the best I can do at the moment. I will do more in the futures. Do 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 do. Alright then. As always, thank you for watching, and stay healthy, guys, and stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.